কালকে ক্যামেরা অফ হচ্ছে কেন জানো? যেহেতু আমাদের একটু problem। তো মানে একটু আগের থেকে জানা উচিত ছিল তাই আমাদের, না? আসল কথা হবে আসলে, হ্যাঁ 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 ঠিক। আমি কিন্তু রাখার পক্ষে ছিলাম না, বুঝলেন এগুলো। স্যার 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 এইসব মানে লোকদের রাখা ঠিক না, চেয়ারপারসন মানে এমনি টক ছিল ঠিক আছে, বললো না ঠিক আছে, চেয়ারপারসন ভাইটাল না, লেফট করে গেল। তো এটা কোনটা পিয়ার বসু এখানে?
এই যেটা
ওই মাঝখানটা, এই এইটা
রাজীব স্যার, তারপর ওই যে জ্যোতিষ স্যার, এদের সব ভালো রিলেশন তো।
ওই নামটা দিয়েছে।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। মানে সেন্ট্রাল ওইখান সিস্টেম থেকে কি ক্যামেরাটাকে অফ করে রাখা আছে নাকি? না, আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, আমাদেরটা অন হচ্ছে না ক্যামেরাটা হঠাৎ করে। আচ্ছা আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, হ্যাঁ।
A wonderful good morning, everyone, and welcome to our web-based national seminar. In this wonderful morning, which we have started from yesterday, I want to welcome you all. Our first speaker is Professor Pranav Ghosh. Dr. Pranav Ghosh is actually a professor of Department of Chemistry, North Bengal University. He is more renowned now as a registered officiating of the University of North Bengal. Research area of Dr. Pranav Ghosh is actually natural product chemistry, organic synthesis and synthetic methodology, polymer chemistry, and lube oil additives. He has till now supervised 26 PhD students and he has 8 ongoing students who are pursuing PhD with his supervision. He has also supervised 1 ENCL student. Till date, he has 182 publications, which is really a very huge number of publications. And I congratulate you, sir, for this. And number of theses evaluated is 14. He is an active reviewer of Royal Society of Chemistry, American Chemical Society, Taylor and Francis, Bentham Publication, Wheely, Spinger, etc. He is mainly interested in isolation and characterization of natural products from the medicinal plants available in Darjeeling Hill and Terai region of West Bengal, transformative reactions on steroid and terpenoids following green chemistry protocol to synthesize a library of biological active compounds, developments of new synthetic methodology for the synthesis of bioactive heterocyclic compounds, synthesis characterization and performance evaluation of chemical additives used in lubricating oils. Thank you very much, sir, for giving your consent, for enriching us in this web-based national seminar. May I request Professor Pranav Ghosh to please deliver your lecture and please enrich us with your words, sir. Professor Pranav Kumar Ghosh. If you're
very good
present, sir,
morning.
please.
Very good morning to all
Very
of
good
you. Am I
morning,
audible?
sir.
Okay. Yeah. So before I come to the audience, Rinku, I will take 5 minutes from you. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please give me.
Okay, so while sir is taking 5 minutes, I want to announce something that after the lecture of Professor Ghosh, we do have our lecture session, paper presentation session. In this paper presentation, as already I told last day, that we are really flooded with different number of varieties of papers, research articles, and from different streams. So actually, in this session, in the first session before lunch, we do have like 15 research articles. And each session will do have the best paper award. So for the participants, actually, it's a good news, and we will not announce it right now. At the final stage, you will get a certificate, except the participation certificate. So all the best, everybody. Give your best of your performance so that you can achieve the best performer award for each of the session. And all the participants are requested to stick to 6 minutes time schedule. So if sir is, I think sir is ready. So I will just, I want to make my, we should be honored and we are privileged that our register sir, actually Professor Pranav Ghosh is with us. So we will be more happy to hear from him. So sir, please.
Is my slides is visible to all of you? Is my presentation?
Yes, sir. You are presenting, but still we can see only the first page. Your slides are not visible, sir.
Only the first page has gone to you?
Yes, sir. First page.
Okay, fine. That's
but not your slides, sir. Yeah. Now it's visible, sir.
Slides I have not yet started. Okay. Right.
Sir, now it's visible, sir.
Now it is visible. Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. So, very good morning to all of you. And thank you, Dr. Rinku Chakraborty for introducing me to the audience. This is my privilege to be here, and this is because of the initiative of my friend and the Vice Chancellor of Alipurduar University, Professor Dr. Mahendranath Rai. Yes, he has taken a very good initiative to attract all the academicians as well as the administrative personalities to come into a common platform to talk about a topic which is a demanding topic today: environmental determination, diverse pollution sources, and controlling management through science and humanities. So many things are there, including the environmental pollutions. This is the major aspect, and people are throughout the globe really fighting against it. So that way it is very important issue nowadays. And second thing is, the title also includes the most vital thing, the controlling management. This is really very much demanding, and we are truly speaking failed in it. That's why the thing is still going ahead, just like it is at the peak now. I don't know what will be the fate in coming years. So the issue is very important. Its discussion is also needed, and the controlling management of that, including, science and humanities. Yes, very right. Science can give the technology, but only the science people cannot pass it on to all kinds of personalities in the society. Humanities is very much needed in it. Their thought, their thinking, their way of management is very important to the scientific community. So this very title of the seminar is really fantastic. I must appreciate the initiative of the Honorable Vice Chancellor and his team to launch this kind of webinar form of seminar in the present time. So with this, let me talk about, being a chemist. Yes, being a chemist, we have also can contribute to that particular issue throughout our laboratory activities and throughout the academic sense of our community to the society. So that way, being a purely academicians who is mostly involved in teaching and research, what I can do is I can suggest some of the reactions, some of the needed reaction which can be carried out in alternative way, so that the pollutions to some extent can be avoided. If this technique is adapted in most of the industrial activities, then I think, yes, my contribution will be used in that direction. So with this thought and with this thinking and with the imagination, I'll talk about some of the methodologies which is manufactured, which is managed in such a way that it will come to the benefit of the society under this kind of environmental pollution which is around us. Okay. Yes. So for that reason, I put the title like that: A Journey Towards a Greener World. Yes, I think that this will fit to the title of the seminar: A Journey Towards a Greener World. Let us start the journey so that we can reach very close to the global demand. Yes, a greener world. Right. Let us see which we people are actually doing bad to the environment. Yes, this is really very sad for us to the extent of the greener world. Is the video can you enjoy the video both audiometrically as well as the video way?
The video is okay.
Pardon?
The video is okay.
Video is okay, but the noise, what about the noise?
Noise, sir. No, we cannot hear the noise.
Sound. Can you hear the sound?
No, sir, only video.
Only video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me see if I can.
আপনি তো পার্টিসিপেন্ট আরে আমাকে খুলতে হবে যে মোবাইল সুইচ অন করো
Domestic waste video presentation can be a huge problem. Domestic waste is the buildup of home garbage in a certain place. They are a huge threat to the public. Landfills will attract detritivores and decomposers, which are in some cases not good for the environment. These detritivores can include mice, voles, seagulls, and other nasty beings. Despite the problems posed by land pollution, that is not the least of our problems. One serious problem posed by us was the introduction of water pollution.
Water pollution is not something that only comes from one source. It comes from many, and those include wastewater, sewage, recycling, and industrial pollution, which includes oil pollution. Wastewaters are very dangerous.
Is the video along with the audio version? Is the video along with the audio version?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear what you are talking?
Sir,
Yes?
video is okay. No problem.
Video is okay, but audio is not okay.
No, audio is sometimes noisy, sir. Now it is not audible.
Is it working now? Now is it working?
No, sir, it is not audible.
It is not. It is not.
And the objects could potentially be contaminated, easily include oil, plastics, and oil. However, this one is very dangerous for the health of our ecosystems. Oil takes a long time to be broken down naturally and moves quickly throughout the seas. One example of this in action would be the famous BP oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico.
Now it is audible, sir.
In case.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you. তুমি আমাকে অডিও থেকে ভিডিও থেকে বার করে দিয়ে ওইটাতে এনে দিয়ে তারপরে
However, aside from the beaches, there are some places where this is definitely present in the Pacific cash vortexes, which form up the children numerous twice as big as Texas. And it's only born in margin. These two grounded patches are connected by a string of trash, 46,000 converted said. There are vortexes in the Bemidji Ocean.
The black carbon particulates are released into the air. There are three main gases that cause air pollution. These are sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen oxides. Sulfur dioxide, mainly when coal or oil are burned in power plants. This gas is also commonly found in smokestacks, as shown here.
Carbon monoxide is caused mainly by gasoline equipment. Others are aircraft, diesel, and roads. Carbon monoxide is much like carbon dioxide, meaning that it is a harmful greenhouse gas. Nitrogen oxides only occur at higher temperatures. It facilitates and causes acid rain. It is known to cause eutrophication. It is caused, again, by transportation vehicles and power plants.
Now to move on, a brief overview on black carbon pollution.
This phenomenon may account for 18% of the world's global warming. It causes soupy brown air.
This is only used to describe industrial particulate pollution. Do you know that nature creates its own pollution too? Volcanoes spew ash into the atmosphere, providing a stream of sulfur dioxide. The acid reacts with sunlight, blocks it, sort of like what happened on Mount Pinatubo. Towns and farmlands, killing more than 300 people. Windstorms also pick up dirt and place it in the atmosphere. Forest fires can create industrial-sized smog and can release carbon from the trees into the atmosphere. Organic matter dies, and when they do, they will release their carbon into the atmosphere. Also, when warm, our oceans will release some of the carbon they have stored, causing natural pollution. Please note that this was all under regulation before the arrival of humans. If not for us, pollution would not be a problem.
Pollution also has negative effects on our ecosystems. Amphibians are hit hardest by water pollution. They absorb water through their skin, so any toxins present get directly inside their bodies. Insects will no longer be able to glide on water due to the amount of pollution in the form of debris or oils in a land ecosystem. When chemicals seep into the ground, plants may be tainted and will not be able to perform core functions.
It's about time that you face the facts. We must do something about pollution. Pollution is bad for our health. It kills millions of people each year who get heart disease.
Lead poisoning.
And even some lung problems. And furthermore, 40% of America's rivers are too polluted from fishing, swimming, or aquatic life. What can we do to help this growing problem? We can recycle, plant a tree, get better fuel-efficient cars, or even contact our local authorities and governments to raise awareness and put in place plans to make our community a cleaner, ecological place.
We just passed over the development in northern Alberta of the tar sands.
Pollution affects us through the air,
The land.
and the waters. This is something we must be aware of as we proceed into a hopefully greener future. This is a good day. It's a good day to fight cleaner air.
Thank you. So you have seen the video. So most of the problem is created because of our activities. And the, is it audible? Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So most of the activities is created by ourselves. A dope jeep gulo. Yes, they are responsible for creating all sorts of troubles. But God has gifted us the brain. We can solve any kind of damage built in a society. So if we simply think about it along with our activities, yes, we will be in a very safe position. That is really, to some extent, lacking. Activity of very decent way. So in doing that, you see, if we think about that, so many things can be synthesized for our use only by that kind of creatures, God-gifted creatures. They can prepare their own food. And at the same time, they can synthesize many chemicals for us. Many chemicals for us. They're taking the food without harming the nature. They're preparing so many kind of useful medicines for us, keeping the earth as good as possible, right? So this is the need of today's world nowadays. So if you can think about, if our regular practice starts from that very part, okay, then we can really smile like that fellow. Yes, smile like the carbon dioxide O2 fellow. Yes, that's what I also feel. Right. This is myself, as Rinku already introduced me. These activities, I'm sorry, this is my research activities. And this is the place where myself and Professor Emin Rai used to work. Okay. If you enter into it, you cannot think except the green and green and green. Nothing can be entered in your mind. All the time you can think about how green is the earth. So why not? There's life is in our hand only. So our activity must be the medicinal and natural product chemistry, organic synthesis and green chemistry, and synthesis of materials and their petroleum crude oils, so that the basic chemistry would take care of the environment. And the second part of my work, take care of the fuel, which is another responsible factor for creating trouble to the globe. Yes. So directed towards these two factors. So I must acknowledge, yes, they are these two very good hand giving me so many publications, and my recognition is based on them only. Right. They are my main strength, including these all doctors except Saurabh and Dinabandhu. Yes, they are their own work now. And finally, the finance is given from AST, CSIR, DBT, UGC. And finally, the wholehearted support from my departmental colleagues and staff. So they must be acknowledged before I go into my talk. So this is the activity in our laboratory, directed towards the green chemistry, directed towards the save of the earth. Some of our activities, which is really in this direction, I'll present this part to you. Humic acid, yes, it can be considered as a biodegradable organic catalyst, right? And this reaction, yes, which is leading to the preparation of some indole derivatives, right? Some coumarin derivatives, some lawson derivatives, which are very, very important as a medicines. Yes, there are some techniques, but without taking the care of environment. So our novelty is, yes, adequate care has been taken and solvent is not used and the acid used is a biodegradable. Right? So with this, we have, yes, prepared the pyrazoyl derivative, the indolyl derivatives, and the lawson derivatives, which has got use synthetic and medicinal applications. They have their pharmacological activities, anti-inflammatory, antibacterials, and so on. Even anti-cancer activities are also there with the pyrazoyl derivatives. So if the industry can adopt this technique, yes, then what is the cause of the pollution? No question of it. So only thing is they have to take care of it. Okay, they have to take the head from the academic people so that they can change the manufacturing process into that environmentally benign process. Right? Yes. The recognition is, it is published in Chemistry Select very recently. Another work, yes, beta-cyclodextrin. My friend Professor Emin Rai is also working heavily on it. He has very good publications using this beta-cyclodextrin moieties. It is a beauty of chemistry. It has a very big cavity and it has the threads in the form of functionality OH groups. It is a thread. So something, if it entered into, that thread will bind them together. Okay, and if this is the case, then multi-component reaction will be very easily done inside the cavity. Yes, our thinking was like that. Tried so many times, but finally we got the success through Vijeta and GAN, right? And this has given us the product which is really done in the green manner, dihydroquinone derivative and the nicotinonitrile compounds, which has also very wide applications in pharmaceuticals, and it has got very huge anti-cancer activities. So it was a very demanding, right? So if we can prepare this in a greener method, then it's a bhalo kichu hote pare na. So that was the idea. And after trying so many kind of catalysts, obviously the biodegradable catalyst, we got the success using the beta cyclodextrin. And in this case, I must mention that alpha cyclodextrin failed to do the same way. Okay, only beta cyclodextrin found to be very specific in doing the conversation. Okay, so as a result, we got the recognition it taken by ISA advances, that also without any article processing charge. It was 0 article processing charge. I simply answered that way. If you take some article processing charge, then please forgive me. I withdraw this paper. Then very next day, I got the 0 APC of your paper. So please go ahead. So this is a very recent paper, right? Yes. Another work where glycerol, yes, biodegradable thing. If you keep it for 1 month on the soil, glycerol will be vanished because of its biodegradable nature, right? And this technique is mediated by glycerol, and it is metal-free pathway for thioamides, very useful, yes, antibiotics, and thiopyran from this multi-component reaction of aldehydes, right? Amines and dinitriles. So we could able to prepare the thiamides and thiopyran through that very good hands, Vegeta and GAN. And as a recognition of this particular biologically important molecules, right? So yes, this can be having pharmaceutical, biological, industrial, and multifunctional, you see. It can be used as a grease additives and vulcanization agent for pigments, plastic, metal deactivators in petroleum products also. So this particular material I'm using in my polymer additives lab as well as in the organic synthesis laboratory. So it is of dual nature of activities. Okay, so the recognition, yes, we got the success. We got the success, getting it passed through chemistry select. Yes. Another one, paratoluene sulfonic acid assisted solvent and metal catalyst free. That is very interesting. Only that particular acid, okay, paratoluene sulfonic acid, to some extent benign. Okay, this is the synthesis of nitriles from aldehydes by split reaction. Yes, split reaction done in many ways. Okay, but this is the unique method where no metal catalyst, no solvent was used. Okay, so we see our Tinte Bacha, Vegeta, GAN, and Ravindra, yes, tried hard to get it passed. Okay, finally, we get the success because of that very, very important organic materials. Good synthesis of many heterocyclic compounds, useful, has been widely recognized as a functional group in organic synthesis such as alcohol, amines, and esters. And it is a precursor and intermediate for pharmaceuticals, agrochemicals, and polymer dyes. So this green methodology is very justified, okay, and got the success in getting it into trade generators. And I hope that people will adopt it in the manufacturing scale also. And this is the hand of Saurav and Pooja, right? Very beauty, you see. Rice husk was the intermediate. They did it sulfonated. So it has made sulfonated rice husk. Okay, right. They have used it and done this multi-component reaction to get the product. Aryl hexahydroactidine dione derivatives. Okay, and this is also applied in the quinoline derivatives and got the success. So these two schemes, yes, using the same catalyst, and that also, Yes, the waste materials. Okay, sulfonated rice husk. Yes, it is useful in many biologically active heterocyclic synthesis. It has got wide range of activity, including antimicrobial, anticoagulant, diuretic, and anti-inflammatory, and so on. So we got it passed through chemistry select, also very recently, December 2020. Another work by the same group, which I had showed up, sulfonated graphene oxide that time. Yes, graphene oxide normally the graphene material is containing COH and OH. So there the SO3H group is introduced and found to be very much active in preparing the substituted isoxazole and substituted pyranopyrazole's derivative. Why? Because these two are found to be very active pharmaceutically. So if I can make it in a greener way, that will be useful to the pharmaceutical industries, and people will be benefited of getting rid of the environmental pollutions. Yes, it has got antifungal, even the anti-HIV activities. It can be used as anti-fungicides and insecticides. Okay, it has got particular application in liquid crystalline materials, optical storage, as well as nonlinear optical research and filter dyes in photographic films, along with its androgen antagonistics with isogyl motifs, also found to be medicinally very useful. So this has also taken by chemistry select. So another one, using my polymer additives, polymethyl methacrylate. Pooja, yes, it was her brainchild only. She said, sir, you are preparing that kind of material, so can you make use of it in impregnated with graphene oxide? I said, okay, let's see. If you can, then it will be a very good effort by both of our laboratory. So she tried with acrylate, she tried with decyl acrylate, finally she tried with methyl acrylate. Decyl acrylate was also giving good result, but methyl methacrylate on graphene oxide given the best result of alternative way of Suzuki and Heck coupling reaction. Okay, very good methods for synthesizing that small compounds using this method, and leaving aside the other catalysts which were not environmentally benign. Okay, so Pooja has done it right and gone into synthetic communications. Right. Then ethyl lactate, very benign one. Okay, a greener mediator for transition metal-free efficient synthesis on symmetrical and unsymmetrical azibenzene. Azibenzines, the parameter normally arises symmetrical and unsymmetrical, and this is found to be both way functional, symmetrical as well as unsymmetrical. Things taken was ethyl lactate, leaving aside many of the things which were using the previous workers, and established it as a greener protocol for the synthesis of azibenzene. Yes, it's a very good functional material. Yes, nowadays it is being used in so many optical fibers. Right. That as a compound promises the field of food additives also indicators and organic dyes because of the particular N double bond N moiety. Yes, so this is very good work and also following the green chemistry protocol. So if people try, yes, we can remove many kind of polluted materials to get rid of and launch newer methodologies. The thing is, the manufacturing units should obey this one, and they should contact the academic people and change their normal practice protocols into that protocol. For that, they may have to raise the prices. And I believe that people are ready to give that additional paisa if they get the environmental benign process and pollution-free world. Right. And this was the effect of Tondra and GAN. Right. This is their work also gone into chemistry select. Also very recent. Now this is ascorbic acid. Very simple. Komla lebu chipe orai kasta korechilo. Yes. Found to be an organocatalyst. which is treat the metal for the synthesis of quinozolene and substituted quinozolene derivatives in aqueous medium. green Right. That three, Shubhadeep, Vijeta, and Ken. Yes, get the success out of it. They were trying in several ways. Then I told him, okay, use the ascorbic acid naturally occurring. Take the commonal and use it instantly. They have done it. And finally, what a great success compared to the previous one. Right. So this particular dihydroderivative of quinozolene, it is used for various drug molecules, analgesic, diuretic, sedative, and antihistamine properties. They also have it. Their essential activity is their application as plant growth regulators. Right. But once again, in the chemistry select. This is once again Pooja and Ravindra. Yes, they used graphene oxide and finally established the one-pot synthesis of pyrimidoquinoline and the dione also, which has huge biological applications. This is a multi-component, but only one-pot reaction. 100 degrees centigrade and hardly 2 to 3 minutes reaction. Okay, number of compounds they have prepared, a library of compounds they have prepared, getting the success out of it, and having found to be, yes, he got so many kind of, yes, huge biological applications, many antibiotics, chemotherapeutic agents, anti-cancers, antiviral, gyrophotins, yes, antifungal, proctosins, and a variety of antimicrobial agents. And this pyrimidoderivative is also having anti-inhibitory activity to lytic ASHB synthesis. We are using it, but the methodology was different. Now they can easily get into it through external protocols. Right. That is also taken by chemistry select. Right. This is our joint work. Myself and our Pashel Ghore, Professor Vishwajit Sinha. We are talking many of the times, sir, we are preparing so many complex compounds, but we cannot make the preparation in synthesis. Okay, so I suggest, okay, Vishwajit, tumi banao, amake dao, we'll make a joint effort. Okay, and we'll get a good paper and a good method if we can work it together. So this way, yes, Vishwajit was giving me the catalyst and Ravindra was using the methodology. And that sulfur linked with the aromatic nucleus made possible using that organocopper-2 complex. Yes, it is a great success, I would say. Right. So this is CS cross coupling. One side is carbon, another side is sulfur. One of the fascinating approach for the synthesis of pharmaceutically as well as industry important compounds. Sulfides functional group containing derivatives have been used in a number of drugs such as Parkinson, diabetes, Alzheimer's, cancer, and HIV. Yes, that's why. But it passed through molecular diversity. Yes, it was worthy. They should have taken it. Yes, and they are taking it. Right. So another greener approach towards the preparation of propylglyamine is a multi-component A3 coupling reaction. Okay, simple water was there as a mediator. Okay, right. So this propylglyamines, you know that it is biologically very important heterocyclic compound. Yes, it has so many applications against Alzheimer's, anti-Parkinson disease, and it is also found to be anti-apoptotic, right? Okay, so we got it passed in Asian Journal of Green Chemistry, right? So this is Hridaydeep and Shubhadeep, Hridaydeep and Shubhadeep, right? Yes. A novel approach towards chemoselective reduction of nitro-2-amine. Very simple method and chemoselective. আর কিছু থাকলে reduction হবে না. Only NO2 will be converted into NH2. Yes, রাতারাতি এই কাজটা হয়েছিল. Got the success, 7 দিনের মধ্যে কাজটা খতম করেছিল. Yes, because it was really a nice work. Okay, and because of that, taken within 3 days, tetrahedron letter accepted this paper. Right, this is the best work of Veda and Subhadev. Right. Okay, then we have once again joint work with Professor Bibasu and his student Proshun with our student, right? And this is amine functionalized. Yes, Pooja has done SO3H functionalized graphene materials, and this was amine functionalized graphene materials, because the sheet structure, if it is has such certain core, not only COH and OH, some other core like NH2 and SO3H, its activity will increase bahugune bere jay. Okay, and if people can make use of it, then it will be a very good winner methodology. Yes, that was work done by Proshun. Yes, this is found to be very good catalyst for 1,4-dihydro pyridines and actinidions, and also polyhydroquinoline derivatives. It is prepared using the graphene oxide, but amine functionalized. Right. Yes, we got the publication once again in molecular diversity. Right. Another joint works with Suchandra. Yes, Suchandra was there, and that is also, yes, efficient proved that graphene oxide for the synthesis of 1,4-benzothiogenes. Yes, the second ring is nitrogen sulfur containing, that's why it is called benzothioene. And you can easily comment that it would be highly important medicinally, really so. And this is metal-free, solvent-free, taken only 8 hours for completion and giving the birth of a medicinally important molecules. Okay, so it was also published there. Another work, also graphene oxide, right? Transamidation of aliphatic amides, right? This group will come there and that group will go there. That's why it is called transamidation. Okay, the novelty is rupture of amide bond by this carbocatalyst. It is solvent-free, as I mentioned, and this is easily separable from the catalyst activity. Yes, very important biologically. Topoisomer, as you know, that enzyme is there, and this particular compound has got anti-activity, so it will keep this as such for a longer and longer time, and that was highly explained on the basis of 3D molecular docking with Anirban lab. Suranjan was also there with us. Okay, so that protocol leading to a very, very good solution to that isomers enzymes. Right. Another green approach for the synthesis of nitriles and oxygen. Nitriles and oxygen, you know that, very important synthons for organic synthesis. If any laboratory is having so many kind of nitriles, they can produce 10 to 15 PhDs at a time. Oxygens, also that kind of synthesis, which can be used by many different ways for preparation of very beautiful library of compounds. So this was Raju's work, right? Yes, now the anti-diabetic effects also studied with the big compounds by Amitabu. Right, and this is the friendly molecules, yes, obtained from the Darjeeling medicinal plants, and we used it for this particular medicinal use and found to be very active. And Chinese people, yes, they have analyzed the products for its anti-diabetic activity. And this is one more, yeah, that is anti-2 isomerase activity with big molecule, and it is also studied extensively by Oshim, yes, by informatics people, because from biotechnology, you know that, yes, Amitabh was the leader of it. Okay, right. And you know that we have another group, yes, which is a polymer chemistry group, right? And we are taking care of, the organic chemistry group is taking care of the manufacturing of the pharmaceutical products, and my polymer laboratory is taking care of the fuel. Yes, we try as much as possible to get the exhaust from the automobile zero pollution. May not be able to make it zero, but we try to reduce it to a great extent to save the world. This is our motto, and we are working in that. Okay, this is very recent paper. Okay, yes, taken by scientific reports. We have prepared that. Momo was initiated it, and Kaushik and Govindu has finally done it. Yes, polyacrylate magnetite nanocomposite, they have made it and used it during the polymerization and evaluated its effect, found to be very, very efficient as the additive. It can reduce the fuel consumption, it can increase the lifetime of the vehicles, and the exhaust is found to be free of carbon monoxide and the soot particle. Okay, so that is the beauty, and they get the prize. It's accepted in the scientific reports. That also with zero APC. Yes, that is most important, right? Another multifunctional green additive for lubricating oil. Yes, this was done by Mohammed, right? And the group was Govinda. Yes. Group Sim, yes, my collaborator of Indian Oil Corporation. He helped me in doing the enamel of the polymer. Yes, polymer enamel handling is very difficult. We do not rise. Gurpreet, yes, do it on our behalf. And Gurpreet is a very good organic chemist. He can analyze the 13C enamel very beautifully if it is a polymer compound. Okay, so using his that part, Moha would able to prepare using peanut oil, beta pinene, and rice bran oil, all green. Rice bran oil, peanut oil, and beta pinene, the naturally occurring ingredient. Okay, polymerized it, and finally evaluated it in the laboratory of Gurpreet Singh, that is in the IISc laboratory. And Gurpreet, yes, taken kilogram of that compound for the paint cast. We have applied for the patent out of it. Maybe another 2-3 months is needed for that, right? Yes, this is the technique wise, it is a new atom transfer radical polymerization, and additive wise also it is a green. Soybean oil, yes, it was actually Govinda's work. Yes, we got it in ACS Sustainable Chemistry and Engineering. Very good work. Methodology wise, it's very simple, and application wise, yes, it is found to be biodegradable, right? This is another one, soybean oil. Yes, this is in addition to homopolymer, the copolymer was also made with methyl acrylate and found to be highly effective as additives. Okay, and this is also the greener additives, right? This is also green additives. There, the soybean oil and sunflower oil was there. Okay, and that is purely green because we have made it in the microwave reactors. Okay, and found to be very good at pore point depression and viscosity index, improve our properties. Okay, so target was save that. Target was reduce the pollution as much as possible out of all laboratory activities. Yes, we have not deviated a single mile out of there. All the work directed towards the same direction. Yes, prepare some greener chemicals. Do something for the society. Yes. This is another one, naturally derived green bioadditives. Devashish done it. Okay, and this is also found to be very much effective because we have used the castor seed oils for the polymerization technique, and with it the alpha pinene was used as a copolymer, right? And found to be very good, effective as a pore point depressant as well as viscosity index improver, along with the biodegradability. It was very nice. Maybe I'm taking too much time, so I must be quick. Yes, this is another one, isodecyl acrylate and olive oil. Yes, right. And this is once again castor oil. It is producing the multifunctional additives, okay, in the formulation of eco-friendly lubricant. Yes, it has also formulated by Gopit, yes, and it is using in the laboratory of the IOC, and they are getting it through their engine testing laboratory. Once we get it passed through, then we can think about patenting of it, right? So apart from that, some of the works, 2-3 works I cite, yes, this is still in progress, okay, and got the success, yes, just communicated, Ravindra and Aminul. Now Ravindra and Vijeta, they have become the supervisor. I have given them students because they are already PhD. Dr. Ravindranath Singho, Dr. Vijeta Mitro. Yes, they have their own students. Right? They are doing their work with Vijeta Didi and Ravindra Dada. And so many are still going on. Yes. Thank you so much for your patience listening of my lecture. Maybe I have taken too much time. Rinku, please forgive me. Thank you so much. I'll be very happy to answer your question if time permits.
Thank you very much, sir, for your raising our very hopes for the future. Professor Pranab Ghosh has beautifully sketched very practical issues. He has told us that past cannot be changed, but the future is in our hand. Thank you so much, sir. If anybody has any questions or queries, they can please ask.
Yes, my friend VC sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I was waiting for that high only. Yes.
Hello, thank you so much. Very good.
I'm fully satisfied with that high of my friend. Yes. Okay, go ahead. So I have already taken too much time, so I will not delay much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving your consent and enriching us with your words. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Now we will move towards our paper presentation session. This session will be chaired by Dr. Shravani Ghosh. She is Associate Professor, the Department of History, Alipurduar University. She has over 10 publications in reputed international journals and several book chapters. She has been teaching for more than 17 years. She has 2 minor projects sanctioned by UGC. Dr. Shravani Ghosh will now chair the session. I'm also requesting all the participants to please stick to the time, which is 6 minutes. And for each session, there will be a best paper presentation session, best paper certificate will be there. So please give your best and just snatch the award actually. Now I will request Dr. Shravani Ghosh to please start. Madam, please.
Thank you, Rinku. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir of Alipurduar University, Dr. Mohendranath Rai, Dr. Pranab Ghosh, Professor of Chemistry, University of North Bengal, and all the participants present over here in the web-based National Conference of Alipurduar University. A very good morning to all of you.
Paper presenters and also the chairperson, ma'am, and a special thanks to Dr. Siddhartha Shankar sir for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in front of you. Today I have chosen my paper. The name of my paper is Digital Gender Divide. Is it visible or not? Because Pranab Ghosh sir was presenting there and still it is showing that he is presenting. So I have no option to present my paper. Please help me, ma'am. Can I share this? I have to share my PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, sir. Pranab Ghosh, sir.
Sir, Pranab Ghosh, sir, please stop presenting, sir.
Yes.
Sir,
Oh,
please stop.
oh, that has to be. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Gone? Is it okay? Fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Now I think Payal Datta, there will be no difficulty. Just you
Yeah.
present.
Thank you so much. Wait a minute, sir. I'm trying. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible. It is visible. You start. It is visible.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So the today's topic of my paper is Gender Digital Divide and COVID-19 Crisis and Indian Development Perspective. From yesterday, I am attending your seminar, and it is basically a scientific-based seminar. But we should focus on the social and cultural effect of the environment also. On the environment also. That's why I have chosen this topic. And since this today's world, you know that for communicating with each other, it is indispensable for us to use the ICT tools, that is the information and communication technologies, to communicate with each other. And there we are facing a serious issue that is called the gender digital divide. For that, we have to know, first of all, since I am from economics background, I can say that development has a circular relationship. As you can say that as the ICT develops, then the development process will be faster than before, and as development happens, then the ICT tools will be will be more powerful than before. So it is also a potentiality to have the gender equality, to give the woman empowerment in the development process, so that the development process should be a smooth process. But there is a problem in the technological world in this time we are facing, that is gender digital divide. I will explain this later. First of all, we have to identify this. Topic has to be mainstreamed and critically addressed. Actually, it is very much prominent in our developing countries like India, as Sinha and Sohai said this. And the current pandemic situation has caused general surge in digital consumption among people and organizations. So we want to proceed to highlight how an unwanted fallout of this techno surge and digital euphoria results in GDD. So the objective of my paper is to critique the situation of the GDD. I am using the short form gender digital divide in GDT during this pandemic session and highlight its alarming nature. In methodology, we are using the secondary information from where I am getting the information. I have gathered it and I'm presenting this in front of you. This is just like a literature review. And the structure of my paper, I have divided my paper into three parts: technology rich and technology poor people. And Manuel Castle defined this as it is an outcome of the information capitalism. It may be global, it may be national, it may be regional. So it's to social disparities, inequalities, which hinders the economic path also, the economic growth path also of our populated country, and also it has an environmental effect, socio-cultural environmental effect. So due to time constraint, I am not explaining the factors, just these are the main factors behind the issue of digital divide: institutional structure, infrastructure, socio-economic status, then knowledge, then skills, psychological factors, culture, price, speed, content, and quality of services. Due to this, we are facing this divide. And what are the effects of digital divides? Since the ICT is related with our economy, and it lowers, when a digital divide is there, then it lowers the growth of the economy, and also decreases the level of economic development. It widens the gap between the developed and developing nations. And also the poor access to the ICT creates a problem in the transaction and dealings in trade and business sector. That is, it is hampering our international trade also, and it leads to the social conflicts among the people and communities, and it is anachronistic community-based stratification. So and it is the digital divide, but when it is entering into among gender, then it is called gender digital divide. Now I am showing digital divide, how women can participate to combat this situation with the help of ICT. Gender digital divide is the digital divide among men and women, and it is basically a stereotyping of the digital space as schooling with conscious discrimination of women from digital access and usage, according to Plan International 2020. And according to the report of OECD 2018, at 15 years of age, on average, only 0.5% of girls wish to become ICT professional, whereas compared to this, only 5% boys are there. So there is a difference between 4.5, which is a gap in our economy and also in our society. And what are the reasons behind this particular gender digital divide? Hurdles to access, affordability for the women, usage of ICT, lack of education of the women, lack of technical know-how, and lack of pro-women technical infrastructure. This is very important that we are lacking this, the pro-women technical infrastructure. And this there are the social, cultural norms and inherent biases also. And the utilization of the resources like ICT in this world, in this time also. To achieve the same, we have to narrow down and eventually eliminate the GDP problem from the ICT world. And actually, technology can give women the economic empowerment, the individual empowerment, the community empowerment, the societal empowerment, the economic empowerment, so that they can take care of everything, the family, the children, the community as at its full extent. So it provides the psychological empowerment also to women to have the at the organization level, at the personal level, at the social level. And it also, if women are participating in the economy, then they can boost the national income, they can boost the GDP also by participating in the production process. So the issue of GDD and digital divide and gender digital divide already pre-existed in the underdeveloped and developing countries in the COVID-19 situation. It is not new. But in the COVID-19 situation, this digital gap and the COVID-19 together will worsen the situation in the future. It is very threatening concept that we are facing. So according to Association of Progressive Communication, communities without access to internet or with limited connectivity are more isolated and vulnerable and are unable to readily access the public health information and services they need. So we cannot get the public health information, obviously not efficiently. We are not getting this because women are participating in public sector. There are so many nurses, so many women, they are participating in this economy, in the pandemic situation, and they are not getting this, using this properly. So women are at risk due to this pandemic situation, especially in the low and middle income countries like India. About 453 million women are unconnected in the low and middle income countries during COVID-19, whereas 165 million women own a mobile phone than men, according to the report of UN Women 2020. So the most important thing is the feminist internet is becoming imperative. Since the cyber violence is becoming greater in COVID-19 situation, so have to give them the opportunity so that they can talk, so that they can reduce the cyber violence also. According to the report of UN Women, online abuse already cost. If you are measuring this in terms of cost, economy, 3.7 billion. The patriarchal society, poor households, countries are facing the broadband 2019 report. They highlight that in South Asian women are the gender gap is widest, and women are 28% less likely than men, women and 58% less likely to use mobile internet. So the only region where the higher percentage of women than men are using internet is the America. That means this is a division between the developed and developing nations. This shows. And the digital rights, to overcome this situation, we have to treat this digital right as the human right. If you are treating this as a human right, then the woman cannot be separated from the use of this ICT. So women during COVID-19 situation playing a vital role in the household services, health and care, medical services, caregiver services. So they should have the equal access to information, and it is a must. The global cost of violence against women in this time was approximately $1.5 trillion, and it is increasing due to the increased violence against women during COVID-19, according to KUKA 2020 report. Since we know that the Sustainable Development Goal, one of the major goal is the goal 5, that includes the achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls, the Sustainable Development Goals report according to this. So we have to achieve this by adopting this type of initiatives. So we can use the digital technology to gather the information about the condition of the girls, about the condition of the female in this pandemic situation also. Like this is an example, Here Her Boys, it is a research project allowing 25 girls of 5 countries, India, US, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Malawi. They talk about the situations and experience of life in the lockdown in their voice via digital diaries. This ICT is helping so much in predicting their life history also. And that's why in this pandemic situation, girls in developing countries are at more risk and remain in the information dark than the developed ones. Now we can say that if there is gender inequality in the pandemic situation, then it hinders the path of individual development, human development, economic development, societal development, community development, environmental development. So from where we can get the information about the gender inequality, there are mainly 2 indexes: gender inequality indexes, global gender gap index. With the help of this, we can see the difference between the genders. And to get rid of this situation, according to Nuka and Albestrian, a 2 prolonged approach is needed to assure full connectivity for everyone and to cater to those who are not online. So first of all, I can say that to get the optimal utilization of the digital technology, the elimination of the gender gap is required. And in this process, the women can help us a lot. The participation of women in the digital world can fulfill the gap by giving their output in the economy, especially during this COVID-19 situation. So our ultimate aim is to remove this DGD from the world economy, to have a gender inclusive growth of digital technology, not only for this current trying situation, but also for our future. And these are the references that I have used. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Payal Datta, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next participant is Deboshmita Das. She will speak on green synthesis of Cu2 plus ZNO nanoparticles to investigate their structural, optical, morphological properties and antifungal activities. Deboshmita Das.
Hello, Deboshmita.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. So, would you share your presentation?
No, sir, the slide cannot be shared here.
Okay, you go to the share screen. Did you try to share the screen?
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Sir,
Yeah, great.
okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, all of my respected teachers, my VC sir, and my dear friends. Only promotes green products but not their performance. 96% say that people should be educated about green products through some public forum. 96% is of the view that in marketing communication, society expects to be informed about how the product is environment friendly. Here we have shown the 5 bar charts. Now we have calculated the mean and standard deviation of the results for the each question. Now here, for the awareness of green products, we can say that it represents that the standard deviation value is more than 0.5 in each question. So null hypothesis is rejected and alternative hypothesis is accepted. So there is a significant relationship between age and awareness of green products. For the preferences,
Madam, kindly conclude. Your time is up.
For preferences for green products, it is also shown that there is a significant relationship between educational qualification and preference for green products. For customer satisfaction, we can see that there is a significant relationship between employment status and satisfaction of consumers regarding green products. For non-usage of green products, we can say there is a significant relationship between income level and non-usage of green products. And for marketing of green products, we can also see there is a significant relationship between the media and marketing of green products, since for each case the standard deviation is greater than 0.5. So our conclusion is women are really concerned about the beneficial outcome of green products, but proper marketing strategy regarding the green products, particularly their health benefits, should be prioritized. And last but not the least, green marketing has a huge scope to proliferate in a developing country like India. So this is our bibliography. This is our questionnaire. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Ananya Yasmin. She will speak on synthesis and characterization of post-guest inclusion complexion of cyclic oligosaccharide with industrially potent dye in different phases by psychochemical contrivance. Dr. Ananya Yasmin.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon,
You are
everyone.
requested to conclude your paper within 6 minutes.
I will try my best, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I am Ananya Yasmin, and today I am going to present my research paper in front of you all. And before going into detailed description, let's have a basic idea about host guest inclusion. Please allow me a minute to share my slides. The inclusion complex moving so from was paper of securing our environment, but counseling to the needy, along with strict administrative codes if needed. We applied an equal opportunity options to the members of the society, irrespective of caste, creed, or religion, may change the social, political, as well as economic crisis of the people in general. In other words, when rights of all are rightly secured, less evil would be the outcome. Then, understanding the pros and cons of nature is very important to safeguard it. Actually, this is about
Madam, please conclude your paper. Madam,
I'm
please
at the
conclude
end
your
of my
paper.
paper. This is the last point. This is the last point or the measure. And here I want to highlight that understanding the pros and cons of nature is very important to safeguard it. And we find that our nature is very diversified and wonderful. And though living in the natural environment gives us some idea of the benefits of living with the available biodiversity, there need be continuous researches on the unknown facts of natural environment and corresponding platforms to communicate the same up to the grassroots level so that we can
cope with it fruitfully. From the above, it is evident that though there are wonders of nature and though we lack complete information about its roots and essential properties, yet the world of experience teaches us that we can, at least to some extent, make changes or control possible damages to it by choosing our forms of actions. These actions, therefore, may determine the future of our environment to a meaningful extent. With these observations, we may say in conclusion that since anthropological determinism of environment is considerable, here we need to perform accordingly to secure the same in order to our sustainability in particular and to the sustainability of the whole environment in general. In fact, the domain of environmental ethics is a further ground to justify that humans are equally responsible for their surroundings. I think this is the base of this paper, and I have suggested a golden rule after following LP Pujman that it is better to go hand in hand with the environmental order with appropriate intervention from our side whenever it is required to maintain the stability of its order. This would justify that anthropological determinism is a phenomenon which works with environmental determinism, if there is any. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhoba Chakraborty. The next participant is Dr. Surjo Narayan Rai. He will speak on food adulteration and food regulation in India, need for addressing emerging gray area. Dr. Surjo Narayan Rai.
Yes, I'm presenting. Yes, madam, I'm presenting.
Yes, carry on.
Yes. Is my screen visible? Okay,
your screen, no, you should, could you please share your screen?
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. I'm presenting. I would like to present. I would like to first of all give a special thanks to the organizers of this web-based national seminar organized by the APDU University. A very good afternoon to all the honorable chairperson, to the participants and the speakers who are here. And I would like this opportunity to offer this to the honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Emin Rai, and the host charismatic leadership. This web-based national seminar is being so wonderfully organized. In spite of not coming from a science background, I have tried to construct a meaningful paper suitable for this conference that focuses on the food adulteration and food regulation in India, need for addressing emerging gray area. Now, sir, if you can kindly permit, I have made 37 slides, but it's a paucity of time. I would like to present the gist here in front of all of you. So you see that I have tried to correlate the Indian economy to from the present turbulent this coronavirus time to how to address how this Indian economy has been affected during this coronavirus time, how it is trying to come out of this time to emerge as a strong economy. We know now that the Indian economy is the sixth largest in terms of GDP and the third largest in terms of purchasing power parity. But even then, we see that there is a watershed period in this regulation of food sector. In this paper, I have tried to present it in 7 8 parts: introduction, food alteration, food additives, detection of food alteration, control approach, Indian scenario, and conclusion. My paper focuses on the last 3 main chapters, that is how to control the Indian regulation and the Indian scenario and conclusion. We see that before 2006, there was a diversity of laws that governs the different aspects of the food sector, which overlapped each other. But afterwards, after 2006, with the amalgamation of
Yeah, actually, you are not audible. I think you have some problem with the connection.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, yes. Now you are audible. But
yes,
during
sir.
the presentation, you are not audible clearly.
Yes, sir. I was just saying a few lines. The main part of my paper is how we need to upgrade the Indian economy through these pandemic times into making it better legislation to make it more competitive to aggressive in future. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
Have you completed your paper?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Completed my paper. Yes,
Okay.
yes, completed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next participant is suicide and environmental issues and incorporating to the selected writings of Ruskin Bond.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Honorable Vice Chancellor. Am I audible? Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Am I audible?
You are audible. You are audible. Could you please share your presentation?
Yes. Good afternoon to Honorable Vice Chancellor of Alipurduar University. Good afternoon to the organizers of this web-based national conference. Good afternoon to the chairperson of the session. And good afternoon to the respected teachers, researchers, and participants present here. The title of my topic is Ecocide and Environmental Issues, an Eco-Critical Approach to the Selected Writings of Ruskin Bond. One of the major concerns of the present times is related to environmental exploitation and its consequences. The threats of global warming, deforestation, and careless appropriation of natural resources are the real worries of today. The field of literature is also touched by these problems. Eco-criticism is an emergent movement which has come into existence as a reaction to human beings' anthropocentric attitude towards nature. It focuses on the biosocial context of unrestrained capitalism, excessive exploitation of nature, pollution, and ecocide while developing a framework for reasoning. Literature is notable for reflecting contemporary issues, and it is this awareness of environment.
At the end of the session, 12 participants have their papers in this session, several issues on science, literature, philosophy, culture, human health, etc. Is there any question for the participants? I think we don't have any question. All of now over to organizers of the conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shravani Ghosh, for your kind patience here and chairing the session. So actually we are learning late, so we will have a very short lunch break, like for 10 minutes, and then after 10 minutes we will meet again for our next session. There we will have, we'll listen to two presentations by two resource persons, and we will have a paper presentation session. So enjoy your lunch, everybody, and we will meet start at 1:30.
এখানে প্রেজেন্ট
A very good afternoon, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch because it's a very short time and we are already were very late for the previous session. So that's why we are heading towards our presentation session. In this session, it will be graced by Professor Deepak Rai, Head of the Department of Bengali, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Commerce, Raiganj University, but he is not present here, I think. So we will first listen to Professor Vikas Chandra Pal, Department of Physics, ex-Dean, Faculty of Science, University of North Bengal. Professor Vikas Chandra Pal, former Dean and Faculty of Science, North Bengal University. His areas of research interest is theoretical physics, astrophysics, and cosmology. Till now, he has supervised 9 PhD students and 3 students are under his active supervision. He has in his credit 105 research journals and he has also engaged in writing a book and 5 book chapters. It will be really interesting to hear from him. Professor Vikas Chandra Pal, sir, please.
Very good afternoon to you all. It is a very nice opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please continue, sir.
It is a very good opportunity for me to be present here in the first national seminar organized by a very new university in our state, Alipurduar University. I thank and congratulate the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Mahendranath Rai, and his team for arranging such a nice seminar within a very few short time. I hope that the zeal of this kind of seminar as it is announced that my research area is astrophysics and cosmology, I will not discuss today about the astrophysics and cosmology here, but I will take a slightly different area that is offshoot from our in our society, and that is, globalization and environmental pollution. So this is the topic I chose because it will impact, and we must be careful about our society and ourselves. Now, if we look at the history of globalization, you will ask me when globalization started. The global phenomena is inherent to human nature. Because of this, some say globalization began about 60,000 years ago. Believe it, 60,000 years ago. And our Earth, sun, that is in astrophysics, originated few millions of years ago. So few millions of years, then 60,000 years. So from today, it is 60,000 years ago, this concept of globalization came up in human mind. throughout time, human societies exchanging trade has been growing. Since the old times, different civilizations have developed commercial trade routes. You may you may know that there is a Silk Route that connects China, Sikkim, and West Bengal. And there are so many kinds of routes from Bardhaman to Darjeeling. There is a route that was used by the then king of Bardhaman. And he used Darjeeling as is the summer resort or summer session. So he used to stay in Darjeeling during that time and experienced cultural exchanges. In addition, the migratory phenomena contribute to the population exchanges. In the past, notably through military conquests and exploration expeditions. You know, the first Vasco da Gama, he conquered the whole world. So he came to India and thereby by these expeditions, number of unknown places were known to the people that time. So our Earth is a place, it is a human habitat place, and the human beings are there in a certain place and they are very intelligent compared to the other people. So what happened, these intelligent people, they found certain way to go around to see what is there around us or around them. So for the inquisite of their thought, that means they wanted to know what is there beyond their place. They started expeditions and discovered many places. Discovered means they came to know about the many places. The places are already there, but they went to different places and found the suitability of human beings, habitation. Like we are already in the earth, it is populated. Now we are thinking of going to moon or thinking of going to Mars. So this is also a globalization technique that arose in our mind. Now, as I have mentioned here, but it was not until the technological advances in transportation and communication that globalization speeded up. It was particularly after the second half of the 20th century. So after 60,000 years, you come to 20th century, that world trade accelerated in such a dimension and speed that the term globalization started to be a commonly used phenomenon. Now globalization phenomena is inherent in man, and that is connected with the interconnectedness and interdependence of peoples and countries, which grows with time. I have shown here you the globe, and in this globe, India is here, this is Africa, then this is China, Japan, and other places here, and on the other side there is America, then we have Europe, and everything is there. So they are interconnected now. But if you go back to a very long time, if you go back to a few hundred years, then they are not connected like today. It is generally understood to include two interrelated elements. Number one, opening of international borders to increase first flows of goods, services, finance, people, and ideas. And number two, changes in the institutions and policies at national and international levels that facilitate or promote such flows. Then, globalization, in one way, very nice. It gives us information to know the unknown, and that helps us to discover many things. There are some negative effects also. So the question is, why is globalization bad? The negative aspects of globalization. Globalization is a complex phenomenon. It has a considerable influence on several areas of contemporary societies. The negative effects of globalization on cultural loss, apart from all the benefits of globalization, has had on allowing cultural exchanges. So when two countries are side by side, there is a migration of people, population from one part to the other part. And when they migrate from one part to the other part, at the same time, they take their cultural inheritance to the other part. And what happens? Then there is a mingling. That means they wanted to exchange their culture. And in doing so, one culture grow, another culture may not grow, or both of them may not grow, or both of them may grow. So it depends upon the people of the two areas. So apart from all the benefits of globalization has had on allowing cultural exchanges, it also homogenized the world's cultures. That's why specific cultural characteristics from some countries are now disappearing. So this is the bad signal of globalization. The economic negative effects of globalization. The economic growth driven by globalization has a lot of criticism. The consequences of globalizations are far from homogeneous or homogeneity, like income inequalities, disproportional wealth, and traits that benefits parties differently. So two parties may not benefit in the same way as they exchange their wealth or their economics. In the end, one of the criticisms is that some actors, here actors are countries, companies, or individuals, benefit more from the phenomenon of globalization, others are not. While others are sometimes perceived as the losers of globalization. And it is also found that globalization has a negative impact on environment. What is that? The massive development of transport that has been basis of globalization is also responsible for serious environmental problems such as greenhouse gas emission, global warming of air pollution. Now this has a negative effect on environment. In one way it is a negative effect. The other way, the more intelligent people must come out to solve this problem, how one can get out from the negative effect on environment. That means how to solve air pollution and how to develop their transport system so that there is less population. That's why from diesel car, we have petrol car, then we are coming to the electrical car system. So this in one way is giving a hand to the scientists to bring us in the forefront. Now, if you look at the pie chart, then you will find that the environmental pollution that is coming, most of them is because of industry, 52%. From transportation, next candidate is transportation. So environment pollution is 27% is coming from transportation, then 8% from consumer and commercial products, and then 1% from commercial and residential heating, 10% from agriculture. Why 10% from agriculture? If you look at the villages, then you will find that paddy field, after harvest or after harvesting, these are very difficult job to take out the roots of the paddies or plants, and that's why what the peoples are doing, they are burning. So by burning, a lot of carbon dioxide is produced, including other gases which are not good for the health. So thus it is also producing one kind of pollution in the air. So one must think of a situation how to use this for the benefit of the humankind. That means lot of huge amount of energy we are exploiting. So without exploiting, we must do something to harness energy for the betterment of the human society. So these are some negative effects, but one can learn how to come out from these negative effects. And 2% others. Then I have shown you here from vehicle, fuel combustion 6%, industrial process 4%, miscellaneous 12%, non-road vehicles this is 22%, and on-road vehicles 56%. Now you have seen also this kind of picture where the chimneys are giving out gases which are toxic gases, and these are producing environmental pollution. Now everybody know that pollution is there, but those who are not from science background, they want to know what is pollution. You know that our air contains nitrogen, oxygen, and other gases. Nitrogen is around 69%, then 20% oxygen, then carbon dioxide, very small percentage, and other gases. Now what is happening? Oxygen, presence of oxygen is very much important for us. And if it is around 21%, it is fresh air. If it is less, then it is not fresh air. So why not? Because in its place, some other gases are coming to fill up the gap. Either the oxygen is going into carbon dioxide, the percentage of carbon dioxide is gradually increasing, or some other gases are taking its place, because oxygen can combine with other gases, the sulfur, nitrogen, and other. And when the oxides are percentage of oxides are increasing in nature, that pollutes the atmosphere. That we don't know. That is very much important to know for us about the gases that are coming out from the chimneys. So we should make the chimneys in such a way that those harmful gases should not come out in a big way, in a voluminous way. Now come to the communication. I will focus my discussion in communication. communications, why communication? That too important for globalization. That too important for globalization, and that also introduces a kind of hazards and pollution. In the early days, barefoot, using animals, communication through messages are done. Runner in Bengali, Shukanta Bhattacharya's runner, the letter from one place took to the other place by a man, postman, who went from one place to another place on barefoot. So foot was the communication, helps in communication. Then message transfer revolutionized the entire world at the present moment. Entire world into a village, global village. You see why I kept this globe. In this globe, you see the earth, and all the states are there. Right now, India is a very big country, and in the early days, to send a letter from say Shiliguri to Kolkata or to Delhi, it took several days, even sometimes 1 year, and that is very important to know why this is so, because this is very lazy process. And in European countries too, it took long time for communication. It was known, since I am from science background, I should tell you a story that Einstein developed a special theory of relativity, in which a transformation theory was required, and he himself obtained the transformation equation, but it was already there in the minds of the people at some other place, not in Germany. It was in Poland. But when Einstein learned that it was there already in the literature, he wanted to communicate with the man, that is Lorentz, and it took a few months to communicate with them. So you see, this was the problem in the early days. Now, any communication, any message you want to send from your end to any friend or anywhere in the world, it took just a second by WhatsApp or Facebook or something else. But it was not, the picture was not like this in say 100 years back. Entire world now turns into a village. That I have shown you here. These are all the path of the satellite. And the satellite, there are two types of satellite. One is geostationary satellite. The other is polar satellite. In the polar satellite moves around the Earth in 90 minutes. But geostationary satellite takes 24 hours to move around the Earth. So it acts like a stationary planet, satellite. It acts like a stationary satellite. Like when you are going to Kolkata, when very near to say Shialda, if your train is moving towards the Shialda platform and another train is also moving in that direction, you want to see the people of the other, you will find that they are as if rest, but both of you are moving. So same thing, Earth is rotating, the satellite is also rotating. If their time period is same, you will find that they are at the same places. So geostationary satellite, discovery of the geostationary satellite is very important for communication purpose, because if you send a signal now, it will go to some places immediately. But in the meantime, if the satellite change this position, then it will not possible. It will go to elsewhere. Your friend will not get the signal. That's why geostationary satellite is very important in the development of communication. That revolutionized the communication, and scientists came to know that if a satellite can be parked at 36,500 kilometers away from the surface of the Earth, that will help as a geostationary satellite. So that helps the entire world into a village. So how many satellites necessary? Just 3 satellites. 3 geostationary satellites helps you to do this. 3 means one satellite, it can eye 120 degree. So it can eye 120 degree cone. So in whole world is 360 degree in angular. That's why 3 satellite, geostationary satellite will help you to communicate anywhere in the world. Now, if you look at the electromagnetic spectrum used the medium wave, short wave. Now, if you are older, you know medium wave, short wave, that is used for radio transmission. Now, if you are younger, then you will find that there is FM, TV, all these things at the present moment. And then satellite, I told you. Now, medium wave, what? It has a frequency. Frequency means in 1 second, how many vibrations are there? This is a wave. So in the case of a wave, there is an amplitude, and at the same time, it has a wavelength. And with that wavelength means in 1 second, how far it goes, or in making one trough and crest, what is the distance it travels? So that is one wavelength. Or in other words, I can say in 1 second how many such oscillation, how many way it can dance up and down. So 0.5 megahertz. Mega means 10 to the power 6. Hertz means one vibration in 1 second. So in 1 second, if it is 0.5 million vibration in 1 second, is one called 0.5 megahertz. So 0.5 megahertz to 1.5 megahertz, it is called medium wave. Then 1.5 to 30 megahertz, it is short wave. This way we divide the entire zone. Now you see that as you are moving towards radio to TV, the frequency is gradually increasing. 1.5, 30, 110, 230, 1000, 3900. This is used in satellite communication, S-band, 8000 megahertz for C-band, and for KU band, 14,000 megahertz. Now, these are useful for satellite communication because without satellite you cannot communicate. So these are the vibrations that are present in the atmosphere. And these are present in the atmosphere. Now come to the device which helps you to communicate with you to your friend or your relatives. This is mobile phone. Mobile phone, you know, 2G mobile phone that works in 900 to 1800 megahertz. 3G mobile phone that 2100 megahertz. Mobile phone 4G, 2500 megahertz. Mobile phone 5G, 3900 megahertz, starting from 2500 megahertz. So as we are increasing, for the sophistication of the instrument, to hear it more carefully, more nicely, or to see the object more nicely, to include more features in your phone, the frequency gradually increases. Now you know, if the frequency gradually increases, that sometimes leads to a hazards. As you already know, X-ray. X-ray is beneficial in human civilization in both ways, for scientific research, for industry, as well as for human beings. Without X-ray, you cannot see where your, if somebody in medical science, to locate the dislocation of the bones, X-ray is used. And what is the frequency? Few trillion hertz. It is more than megahertz, few trillion hertz. So you know that X-ray, if you are exposed to X-ray frequently, that is not good. that is not very good for your health. Similarly, as we are moving, the frequency is gradually increasing. So if someday more frequency comes, that is not good for our health. So we must be careful about the use of these things. Now, I must come here when the mobile phone came into the history. It is in 1973, 50 years back. Mitchell and Cooper, they sketched the first phone. This is the first phone in 1973, and Mitchell is with his phones. Now look at the phones. These are very big compared to the phones right now. So if you go back to say 15 or 20, 15 years or 10 years, then you see the development of phones. Big, 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 small, small, small. Now you have a very small, that is a smartphone. In the early days, mobile phone communication in India, mobile communication started 45 years ago in 1975 and costing over ₹8 per minute. It is because of geostationary satellite for telecommunication, because you see that microwave towers are there. Now you will not see so many microwave towers because microwaves are not used. Instead, satellites are used. And using this satellite, what happened? It cost reduced enormously. ₹8 per minute now, ₹1 per second, or maybe less than this. So you see, drastically costing of communication reduced. So if it reduced drastically, then what happens? Everybody wanted to have that because they can spend money. But one hand, we can use it. The other hand, we are bringing some bad effect in our society. So let me come to here. I have shown you it is the number of subscribers in millions, and this is the years. In 1999, that means you can say 2000, there are few people used the mobile phone. Then it gradually rose 2001, 2002, 2008. In this way, you see 2020 number is around 700 million people are using mobile phone. So the number of users increases exponentially, not linearly, exponentially. So you think in next 5 years, how many people will use the mobile phone? So it is very good that all section of people, all kinds of people are able to use mobile phone and can use it for communication. It is good one in one way. Now I shall use this data to show you something else. You know, weight of first mobile phone was 1.1 kg. As I have shown you, J.F. Mitchell first shown the mobile phone. Its weight is 1.1 kg. So 1.1 kg and few people. So few kg in the earth with mobile phone. Now full charge time. So to make it full charge, it took 10 hours. And that was Motorola company's mobile. But it lasts for 20 minutes only. And size is 13 centimeter thick, 4.45 centimeter wide. Today, if you think about the size, it is drastically reduced. You can take in your pocket. For full charge time, it is 15 to 20 minutes, not hours. Previously, full charge time 10 hours, but now 15 to 20 minutes. Backup time, previously 20 minutes, now 1 to 2 days. And the weight of mobile phone drastically decreased, 200 gram. Now it is still less, 100 gram. So 1000 kg to 100 gram. Now at the present moment, weight reduced considerably for smartphones. And if I since I am a science teacher and you are also people from science and other society, other background, you must know some mathematics. The mathematics is very simple. Mobile phone user in India today, 700 million people, 700 into 10 to the power 6. Now weight of mobile phone, 700 into 200, because why I am using 200 gram? Because I am using the phenomena of 2008 or 2009. So 700 into 200 into 10 to the power 6. So that will give you 14 into 10 to the power 10 gram. That is 14 into 10 to the power 6 metric ton. That means 14 million metric ton. Now, if you go back 10 years, then what happens? The mobile phone which you are using now no longer are of 10 years back. They're mostly 2 years back or 3 years back. Sometimes we are so extravagant that if I get a new features of mobile phone, we can place the present mobile phone in the garbage or dustbin and can use the newer one. Newer features are there. But we are doing what? You see, 10 years, if you throw your mobile phone, all the peoples are throwing mobile phone in the garbage or in the bin, and the weight of garbage increases to 1.4 billion kg. Only in India, not in the world, 1.4 billion kg garbage. And you see that only mobile phone will not do. At the same time, you need some computer and laptops. So laptops, computer, they cannot survive more than 5 years. You have to replace your laptop or computer after 5 years. So every 5 years, you have to replace them. And as a result, you will find these things. So you see all the monitors now, monitor size of the monitor is decreased. So you in your room, in your house, the place you want to bring a flat monitor. So you have to keep the older monitor out. So this way, you see all the garbage are coming in the environment. This is what is called e-waste, electronic waste. Now, use of electronic gadgets leads to e-waste, which are discarded electrical or electronic devices, used electronics which are destined for reuse, resale, salvage, recycling, or disposal. Now, types of e-waste: mouse, keyboards, and other electronic devices, televisions, mobile phones, personal electronic devices, laptops and monitors, scanners, printers, copiers, many things. Informal way we have to deal with this kind of problem. As I told you earlier, that when through a chimney some gases are coming out, we have to develop a device to reduce the emission of carbon dioxide. To save our environment, we have to do something here. That is what is called processing. Informal processing of e-waste in developing countries can lead to adverse human health effects and environmental pollution. So we have to do it in a right manner. Use of computers, phones, and other digital devices are thrown away or unmanaged, disposed them, which is bad for both consumers and the environment. You know, as I told you earlier, Apple has already sold millions of the new iPhone 7. For many who bought one, the device replaced a perfectly good recent model. I think you will agree with me. True, after a couple of years, an iPhone might start showing signs of wear and tear. The home button sticks or the glass might be cracked. Some of these defects can be repaired, although few choose to repair over upgradation. Others are caused by planned obsolescence. People replace things, these things, Whether from breakdown, slowdown, or just the availability of a newer model, people discard electronics at the slightest inconveniences. It's not just laziness or a lust for the future. In some cases, for example, buying a newer printer is cheaper than buying a set of new ink cartridges. So that's why one can throw printer and bring a new printer. The increase in consumption of electronics has two major adverse and ecological effects of the environment. First, it significantly increases mining and procurement for the materials needed for production of gadgets. Second, discarded devices produces large quantities of electronic waste that waste could be reduced through reuse, repair, or resale. Whether it ever will be is an open question. I have shown you the poor people are engaged in this war. India generated 708,000 tons e-waste in 2017 and 18. That figure increased 771,000 tons in 2018-19. In 2019-20, the figure is 1,014. 1,014, that means 1 million tons. The figure rose to 32%. So the actual collection, however, has lowered in both the years, in 2017-18, 2018-19, compared to the present. So you see the volume of e-waste that is generated in India. Growth in the IT, information technology and communication sectors has enhanced the access of the electronic equipment exponentially. Faster upgradation of electronic product is forcing consumers to discard old electronic products very quickly, which in turn adds to e-waste to the solid waste stream. The growing problem of e-waste calls for greater emphasis on recycling e-waste and better e-waste management. Nowadays, I can say that people are very much interested in replacing the slot. That means if you have an instrument, in that instrument, the parts are present in a slot. But if there is any problem in the instrument, if you call people to repair it, he will just replace the slot without changing the components in the slot. So you see, in the early days, what people did, they, instead of changing the slot, they replaced the either diode or transistor or any parts of it. But now the people are coming and they are changing it. So in that way, the volume of the waste is also increasing. So the growing problem of e-waste calls for greater emphasis on recycling e-waste and better e-waste management. Why e-waste management is necessary? Because you know, where you will throw these, you will throw in the ground. So it brought pollution of groundwater, acidification of soil, emission of toxic fumes and gases. It is the fastest growing portion of municipal waste. Releases harmful gases into the air because there are some metals, and that metals, when come in contact with the air, becomes oxide, which are harmful. My chemistry friend will agree with me. According to statistics, we are generating more than 40 million tons of e-waste a year, and only 27% of this is recycled. India is in the 5th position in the generation of e-waste. Being the largest user of smartphones, these ranks may increase in the future. Opportunities of e-waste management in India. So, although it is creating a problem, it also creates a good object in the society. The this is like this. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change rolled out the e-waste rules in 2016 to reduce e-waste production and increase recycling. Under these rules, the government introduces EPR, which makes producers liable to collect 30% to 70% of the e-waste they produce. Integration of the informal sector into a transparent recycling system is crucial for a better control on environmental and human health impacts. There have been some attempts towards integrating the existing informal sector in the emerging scenario. The business model promotes a city-wide collection system feeding the manual dismantling facility, as I have shown you earlier, and a strategy towards best availability technology facilities to yield higher revenue from printed circuit boards by replacing the traditional wet chemical leaching process for the recovery of gold with the export to integrated smelters and refineries. Safer practices and a higher revenue per unit of e-waste collected are generated. E-waste is a rich source of metals such as gold, silver, and copper, which can be recovered and brought back into the production cycle. There is significant economic potential in the efficient recovery of valuable materials in e-waste and can provide income-generating opportunities for both individuals and enterprises. So these aspects are necessary to find out by the expert in the field. Effects of e-waste on environment, I have already told you. Effects of e-waste on human body, elements that are coming out, say lead, damages central and peripheral nervous system, blood system and kidney, that affects brain development of children also. Chromium, it leads to asthmatic, bronchitis, DNA damage, cadmium, toxic irreversible effects on human health. So you see the bad effects of the metals that are used in the electronic, in manufacturing electronic devices. Now what a consumer can do, a consumer can maintain 4 R's. What are 4 R's? I have already introduced you: reuse, repair, recycle, and research. This 4 R is very important in helping our earth from damage. Now, there is I want to make some remarks because these are not my work. I have collected all this information from the website. So, e-waste management is a great challenge for governments of many developing countries like India. This is becoming a huge public health issue and is exponentially increasing by day. In order to separately collect, effectively treat, and dispose of e-waste as well as divert it from conventional landfills and open burning, it is essential to integrate the informal sector with the formal sector. The competent authorities in developing the transition countries need to establish mechanisms for handling and treatment of e-waste in a safe and sustainable manner. The e-waste collection targets need to be regularly reviewed and renewed to ensure compliance across India on collection of e-waste. Reuse and recycle are more beneficial than simple disposal. Designing of products using environment-friendly raw materials, the items that can make a change, awareness of e-waste should be given to the people of the country. Government shall take steps to reduce e-waste disposal. So I hope that in near future, we all aware of this to save our earth and save the environment. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Vikas Chandra Pal, for your excellent lecture. It was really very exciting. And now the session is open for questions. If anybody has any questions or queries, they can ask. Please. I think people doesn't have questions, so I would like to thank Professor Vikas Chandra Pal once again for your kind consent to grace our web-based national seminar. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We are now heading towards our paper presentation session, which will be chaired by Professor Somen Bhattacharjee, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir. Now I want to introduce Dr. Somen Bhattacharjee, sir, to the audience. Dr. Somen Bhattacharjee is a professor of zoology in the University of North Bengal. His research interest is in the field of molecular virology, genetic diversity, and cell biology. Till now, he has supervised 2 students and 5 scholars are pursuing PhD under his sound supervision. Professor Bhattacharjee has 50 research papers in various reputed journals. He is also involved in writing many book chapters and books. I want to congratulate, sir. Sir, there is a change in serial number 8. And sir, actually in the last session, we were already late. So one participant, Sujit Datta, sir, he will present in your session, sir. There are 2 changes are there, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
And one announcement to the participant that in each session, as I am repeating, that in each session there will be a best paper session, and it will be actually awarded separate in addition to the your normal certificate. So keep your best to snatch that particular award. And sir, you don't have to please announce that one. You just give it to us. We will send the certificate, sir. Okay. And one small request to the participant that as we are already late, so please stick to your time. Your time is 6 minutes per participant. It will depend on the chair, sir. So, Somen Bhattacharjee, sir, it's all yours. Please continue, sir.
Okay, good afternoon all and the participants who are present in this particular session. So we will be running quickly because we have very short time at hand. So I will call upon the first speaker on the first list, and which is non-covalent interactions between patimate O and cyclodextrin receptors in both solution and solid states. If I am okay, so this particular paper will be presented by Dr. Anuragha Sinha, as I have gathered. So please, I call upon Dr. Sinha to present the paper and go online.
Yes, sorry to interrupt you, sir. Actually, Sujit Datta from the last session wants to present because we are already late, so we could not allow him to present his paper. So, sir, if you allow him, he wants to present.
So I have already called upon Dr. Sinha. Sujit Datta can be incorporated in the second.
According to your schedule, okay, sir, no problem, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Sinha, please. Dr. Sinha, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Hi, you are audible. Please present your presentation.
Okay, sir. Just 3 seconds, sir. Share the screen. A very good afternoon to Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, respected professors, chairperson, sir, and all the dear participants. Myself, Dr. Anuragha Sinha from Department of Chemistry of Siliguri College. I would like to thank the webinar organizing committee of Alipurduar University for giving me this opportunity to present the paper entitled Non-Covalent Interactions between Patimate O and Cyclodextrin Receptors in both solution and solid state. So starting with it, let me just say about the introduction. It's a patimate O, 2-ethyl-hexyl-4-dimethyl amino benzoate PMO, is a UV absorbing agent and is water insoluble oily liquid and currently used as an ingredient in cosmetic and sunscreen formulations. So, if we carefully use PMO, it can slowly prevent the wrinkles, sunburn, and the sagging skin. So the sunscreen which will be based upon PMO will reduce the appearance of the UV-induced skin tumors. Now, in this purpose, we can say that cyclodextrin can play an important role as it acts as an efficient, good, and safe drug carrier in the human body. So they are proficient enough to form water-soluble inclusion complexes with many lipophilic water-insoluble drugs, which will act as guest and improves the physicochemical properties of the guest molecule. Now, the aim of this present work will be to form the inclusion complexes of PMO with alpha seed and the beta seed respectively in liquid as well as in solid phase, and to control the release of the sunscreen agent without any chemical and biological modification. So the formation of these complexes have been investigated by the study of UV visible, FTIR, mass spectroscopy, and other XRD methods. So a little bit about the experimental section. Now, as PMO is insoluble in water, so a solution will be prepared in aqueous ethanol. UV visible spectra were taken by JASCO spectrophotometer. FTIR were recorded on a 14 Elmore FTIR spectrometer. HRMS analysis were executed with QTO high resolution instrument. The powder XRD patterns were recorded by using copper K alpha radiation. TGA was recorded at the temperature range 20 to 900 degrees centigrade. And the two solid inclusion complexes have been prepared using 1:1 molar ratio of both the drug and the seed. Now, starting with the results and discussion part, so we see here the job plot. It will demonstrate the stoichiometry of the host gas inclusion complex with the help of UV visible spectra. If we plot daily into R versus R, well, daily will be the difference in absorbance of PMO in presence and the absence of seed, and R is given as such. So the absorbance values will be monitored at 808 nanometers at 298 Kelvin for a series of solutions. So we see here from the figure, we can make out that there is a maximum at about 0.5 of the R fraction, which demonstrates one seed molecule is binding with one PMO monomer unit. That is, there is a 1:1 stoichiometry. Now, the next one is the association constant of complex and the thermodynamic parameters. And we see the valency-Heisenberg equation 1, from which we can find out the changes of absorbance and association constant. The various thermodynamic parameters have been calculated by the Vankov equation, which is given in equation 2. And from here, we see here from the table 1, the different values are there, and the negative values of Daylight will actually confirm that the processes are exothermic, and there are some stabilization interactions in the system, and the del S0 is indicating the presence of some ordered arrangements, the occurrence of some complex formation between the PMO molecule and the CIS, and the negative del G0 will suggest that there is a complexation phenomenon which is spontaneous and which is thermodynamically stabilized. Now, seeing the next one, that is the FTIR study, the FTIR spectra of alpha CD and beta CD, they are assigned at broadband at the respective centimeter inverse, and the broadbands are shifted to higher frequency and is broadened after formation of these complexes, and the stretching frequency shifted to a newer frequency. So the characteristic peaks will be seen at different points. And so from here, we see from figure 2, and then we have to the next one, that these variations are there in the infrared spectrum of these complexes, which can be endorsed to the intermolecular interactions of the PMO with the alpha cyclodextrin and the beta cyclodextrin, and can predict the probable mechanism of interaction between the host and the guest molecule. Now, the mass spectra, which is found to be a very useful method to detect the stoichiometry in the non-covalent complexes, because it gives the MZ ratios. And so from table 2, if you see here, the values are given here, and we see the assigned peak values. The 4 intense peaks of singly charged ions are there at 1250.517, 1272.519, 1412.571, and we see 1434.575. So these actually represent the protonated and the sodiated adduct of these complexes. Coming to the next one, there we see the positive ESI mass spectrum, which has this represented in figure 4. Then is the PXRD pattern. The intensive peaks of alpha CD and the beta CD, they represent the crystalline nature of both states that become reduced, disappeared, and shifted in the solid complexes. With the peaks indicate the amorphous nature of gas as well as the cyclodextrin. So if it comes to the figure 1, the figure 5, this is actually showing the X-ray diffraction pattern of alpha set and the beta set and their corresponding complexes with the PMO. Then is the TGA. Now, the TGA method, where we see the weight loss of the samples, which is measured as a function of temperature at a heating rate of 3 degrees centigrade per minute. And the first region at the temperature range will demonstrate the loss of the absorbed water from the samples, and the second region will attribute to the decomposition of the samples. So the encapsulation forms, these actually complexes show 3 steps of weight loss due to increasing temperature. The TGA profiles are represented in figure 6, where they exhibit 2 regions of major weight loss. So finally, with the scheme 1, if you see here, the probable mechanism of the association phenomena of the complexation process for the PMO with cyclodextrin with 1:1 stoichiometry are there. So there are no covalent bonds are being formed or broken during the complex formation, and in aqueous solution, the complexes are readily dissociated and the free gas molecules are in equilibrium with the molecules bound within the seed cavity. So there is a dynamic process whereby the gas molecules are continuously associated and dissociating from the host C. So we can say in conclusion that the UVB protector sunscreen agent Padimate O can form an inclusion complex with alpha acid and beta acid, which can be used as a regulatory releaser of this agent. We can say that the encapsulation of PMA molecule inside the hydrophobic core of the cyclodextrin has been proved in aqueous medium by the UV visible spectroscopy and in solid state by FTIR, MAS, XRD, and the TGA analysis. Then we see that the stoichiometric behavior with the 1:1 ratio of the complexes has been confirmed through continuous radiation in the Jobs method and the ESI-MS experiment. The association constant values, they actually demonstrated PMO is somewhat in good agreement with the beta cyclodextrin than the alpha 1, and the thermodynamic parameters making the overall process thermodynamically favorable. The FTI spectroscopy, PXRD, TGA support the complexation phenomenon, and according to the results of PXRD and the TGA technique, it can be said that the newly obtained complexes are different physicochemical properties compared to their free form. So it can be concluded that this work may be regarded as an alternative way to protect our skin from sun damage and beneficial to the medicinal science. So with this, just little of the references I have given here. So finally, I'd like to express my deep sense of gratitude towards my respected supervisor, sir, Professor Mohendranath Rai, who also happens to be the Vice Chancellor of Alipurduar University. Thank you, sir, for his meticulous guidance and support to us. We are really indebted to you for everything. So with this, I'd like to thank you all for your patience hearing. Thank you. That how can be more applicable to me. And in fact, sunscreen actually are based on this PM only. It actually reduces the appearance of the skin-induced tumors and all those things, sir.
Right, very good. Thanks. If there is no question, we will relieve Dr. Sinha. And thank you, Dr. Sinha.
Thank you.
As informed by the coordinator, I will call upon Mr. Shunjit Dotto for the next presentation. And the title of presentation will be Nature Cure, Philosophy of Life, Health and Disease. Mr. Doctor, please present your slides.
Very good afternoon to Honorable Vice Chancellor and Chairperson of the session and the other dignitaries connected through Google Meet and YouTube. So, sir, I don't have slides. I am presenting myself mobile. My paper entitled as Nature Cure, Philosophy of Life, Health and Disease. Sir, are you audible? Sir, may I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Thank you.
The main objective of my presentation will cover how the modern life became harmful to environment and how the environment affects life, health and diseases. Let me start. Today, we have depended on science and technology variously. Sometimes, mindful development of technological abilities encourage us being devalued. Some scientists are also show their interest in materialistic philosophy instead of a philosophy based on spirituality. This kind of materialistic philosophy directly or indirectly becomes a factor for the erosion of values. Human behavior without morality are seen in daily activities over harming our motherland as consequences of face man-made disaster, global warming, greenhouse effect, and deforestation, etc. We are losing our flora and fauna day by day. We pollute our air, soil, water. This kind of environmental change becomes a challenge for healthy living nowadays. As for example, certain infectious diseases like tuberculosis as well as metabolic disorder like diabetes are epidemic nowadays for India and subcontinental. Even sometimes it is also said that the pandemic situation due to novel coronavirus is a result of environmental crisis. People, those who are working in the field of climate change, are getting fed up of emerging some new viruses, bacteria, as well as funguses, which also our life and our pandemic situation in the near future. So it is a high time to think on environment. If we try to minimize pollution, our pollution level, the nature will come into a natural equilibrium state. We have to cure nature for the sake of ourselves also. It may be said that the nature is a philosophy, nature cure is a philosophy, a way of looking life and health and disease. As per the ancient Indian medicine, every plant has medicinal value. Chiboko, a great Buddhist healer, claims that he has nothing found that has no medicinal value. It is interesting knowing that the powerful cause of Arjuna Buddhism was derived from the fourth principle of medicine, namely disease, diagnosis, remedy, and cure. As the Indian philosophy is concerned, the element of Khiti, that is soil, Apo, is water, Teja, fire, and humus, wind, bile, and film. Balance is maintained by all sorts of consciousness and unconscious directions between a good practice nowadays. That's why it is not in a nature principle. Rather, we mostly depend on the allopathy or like that. That's why it's not.
Why I'm asking this is that modern health system, the allopathic system, depend on mechanicity and linear mathematics, whereas the concept, the philosophy of this nature care and Ayurvedic actually follows dynamic principles. Actually, the principles that govern human body or the deep ecology as we were talking about. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Doctor. And we'll come back again to the original session that you were, and I will call upon maybe Salim Ali, Mr. Salim Ali, to present. Is Mr. Salim Ali present?
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Actually, he is already present in the last session, so he will not be present in your session. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir.
Okay, fine. We'll go to the number 3 presentation, synthesis and characterization of host-gas complexes of cyclodextrin molecules with theophylline by diverse explorers. To be presented by Mr. Ashutosh Datta. Mr. Ashutosh Datta? Or anybody else presenting this paper? Niloy Roy? Who is this?
Just I'm taking 1 minute.
Okay, take your time. Hello.
Hello, sir.
You're audible. You have a presentation to present?
Yes, I'm going to present to the chair.
Okay, please.
So, respected chairperson and respected vice chancellor of APDU University, was by.
Your screen is not visible. Your screen is not visible. It is not shared.
Oh no, this is okay, sir. I'm okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Screen not. Okay. Okay, sir. I'm taking some time.
All the participants, please be ready with your presentation.
Okay, sir. I'm going to the screen presentation.
Okay. I'm asking all the other presenters to be ready with your presentation. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it's visible. We can start.
Okay. Just a minute, sir. I'm presenting.
Dr. Could you please share the slides?
Okay, I'm sharing, sir. Okay, sir. Now visible.
Yeah. Okay. Now you go on. Please.
Respected chairperson and respected Professor University, other presenter and dignitaries present here. Now I am going to deliver my lecture on synthesis and characterization of molecules defined by diverse methods. Dr. Ashutosh Datta, High School and guest faculty of Krishi. So now these are the content which I could discuss now. So first of all, I want to say actually this seminar is based on the there is an integration between science and environment. Now I want to integrate between life and environment. So that's why the presentation initially consists of the learning about the environment, learning through the environment, and learning from the environment. I have chosen some significant compounds for inclusion complexes, which are ionic liquids and ion solids, vitamin and drug molecules, protectins, and ether. So examples of some common base molecules are ionic molecules and folic acid, etc. and common charge. So next slide. And examples of some common host molecules are cyclodextrin molecules and alpha, beta, and gamma cyclodextrins and hydroxypropyl beta cyclodextrin and butyryl and brown ethers. So now supramolecular chemistry. Today molecular chemistry, that is host inclusion complex. Just one pictorial representation of inclusion complex is shown here. Guest and host give the inclusion complex, and in addition to that, in the solution, the chemistry in solution. So there are three types of interactions: solvent-solvent interactions and solid-solid interactions are there. So ionic liquids.
Mutabbi Alam. I don't think he's present now.
Mutabbi Alam, are you there? Chairperson sir is asking for your presentation. I think sir is not present, sir.
He is not present, I think. Okay, I will accommodate him later if we have time. So we will move on to the number 5 presentation to be delivered by Sujoy Debnath. Sujoy Debnath, are you present?
Sujoy
Mr. Sujoy Debnath.
Sir is asking for you.
Well, sir.
Yes, you are audible. Please, yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Okay, sir. Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to respected Honorable Vice Chancellor Prof. A.M.N. Rai, First Vice Chancellor of APDU University, respected Chairperson Dr. Shohan Bhattacharya, Department of Geology, not development and industries at higher level of energy consumption.
Sir, I am visible and my PowerPoint is visible, sir.
Yes, please go in full screen. Please go to full screen mode.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Process, we know all this discovery, a great discovery. Impacts, the sides of impacts of the globalizations, so many sides: economic impact, social impact, political impact, environmental impact, and others. And environmental sides, there is environmental degradation, deforestation, and related problems are there. Global warming is there, environmental management problem. And environmental impact, environmental degradation, that is deforestation and related problems. Rainforests are to make way for development. Cut down for industries, agriculture, housing, forestry, cattle ranges, planning of cash crops, projects to achieve higher level of economic development. Large amount of greenhouse gases produced by increased usage of airplanes and ships, factories, and transportation also emit greenhouse gases, contributing to the increase in the world average temperature. And greater awareness, sustainable development, and source for alternative energy. We have to think other biologically rich landscapes, productions of toxic wastes. We should think of these. Some major environmental problems are here. Now, these in short. Human created.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Sir,
please present your.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, fine.
ठीक है, sir. I will be presenting, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Thank you. Proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Alipurduar University, respected chairperson of this session, and all the learned fellow participants. First of all, I extend my gratitude to the organizing committee to give this opportunity. I am Meeta Bala, Assistant Professor from Kalipada Ghosh Tarai Mahavidyalaya, Bagdogra. I will be presenting on the paper, on the paper titled Human-Animal Conflict, a serious threat to the biodiversity of Northern West Bengal. Hope, sir, I can finish it. I can portray the entire thing of the paper in the 6-minute limit. So I will be giving only the outline and the very fast gist of this particular paper, sir. So, aim of the study is to focus on the human-animal conflict status of this region, to identify the causes that make these wild species vulnerable to such conflict incidents, and to find efficient ways to reduce conflict and lessen the impact on biological diversity. Now, the study area which we have selected here is the Tarai and the Duars region of northern West Bengal, which covers the district of Darjeeling, Jalpaiguri, Cooch Behar, Alipurduar, and newly formed Kalimpong. And these Tarai and Duars are the largest forests of eastern Himalayan region, which houses diverse varieties of endemic flora and fauna. As we know, this is the part of one of the biodiversity hotspots of our country, one of the biodiversity hotspots of our country. Now, now about this particular region, this region is actually characterized by moist tropical and subtropical forests along the foothills of the eastern Himalaya, and it includes 5 national parks and 5 wildlife sanctuaries and 2 forest reserves. And this region houses 3,051 square kilometer of forested area, which is actually 26% of total forested area of our state, West Bengal state. And the major mammalian fauna which is found in this particular region is endangered one-horned rhinoceros, elephants, gaur, sambar, cheetal, rhesus macaque, and a host of diverse flora and fauna, with leopard being the apex predator and large carnivore present here. Now, coming to the status of some major species that are found in protected areas of this region. Now, here we have considered four megafauna, that is elephant, gaur, leopard, and rhino. We can see that their number has increased by this 2 to 3 decades. There is an increase in their population, and the credit, of course, goes to those conservation programs or conservation efforts that are being carried out in these several national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Okay, now this recent increase in this elephant and all elephant, gaur, rhinoceros, leopard population, this has created a tremendous pressure on the forest resource as well as on the nearby forest areas, nearby forest fringes, where the people, the villagers, and all other where human settlement is located. Okay, now let's see about the status of human-animal conflict in our region. Now, coming to, if we can see, the dominant animal which have occasionally attacked on humans in our area are those megafauna that are elephant, rhino, leopard, gaur, and among them mostly elephants and leopards are more. They are more. Conflict prone. Now, why we are calling it as a conflict prone? Because they are wide-ranging megafauna. They need a huge area, so their influence zone is also increasing, and their human population growth, which has increased our demand on resources, especially land resources, which has compelled us to transfer the land use pattern, which eventually had habitat damage or habitat loss of the wild species, sometimes habitat degradation, habitat fragmentation, and of course our growing interest on ecotourism and increasing access to such nature reserves, to wildlife, such wildlife sanctuaries and national parks. Then again, those increasing wildlife population due to these conservation programs and climatic factors and other stochastic events like forest fire. Now, this particular figure is actually a diagrammatic representation of land use and land cover change of last 3 decades of our region. Now, if we see it, we can see there has been a decrease in plantation, vegetation, and agricultural land. And we can see increase in barren land and built-up areas. Okay, now within this short period of nearly 30 years, built-up area has increased by 7%. Now, which actually this credit goes to the expansion, and that too mostly due to the conversion of agricultural and forest land, and all this construction of roadways, railways within this zone, which is
Madam,
biodiversity.
Conclude quickly.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm in the last slide.
Okay.
And this has given a rapid growth to the built-up areas, and on the other hand, a dramatic fall in the forest areas, agricultural lands, and vegetation of this region. And how we can prevent it? Now, there are various approaches. First, by retaining the animals in their habitat. Next, by restricting the animals in their habitats. Of course, by installing such barriers. Or in case these animals come out of that habitat, how can we again drive them back into the habitat or guiding them back into the habitat? And in case any casualties do happen, any conflict do happen, what can be the emergency measures taken? And lastly, some of the regulations to be followed by the trains that are those who are traveling in that 72-kilometer long Siliguri-Alipurduar railway line. There are many casualties, there are many elephant kills, many other animal kills also in that particular railway line. So there should be some regulations for the trains and the railway lines to follow. So this is a quick gist, and these are the references that I have followed. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Bala, for a nice presentation. And if there is questions, we can take one or two of them. Anybody from the audience? If there isn't any, I might ask one or two questions to Dr. Bala.
Yes, sir.
As far as the human-animal conflict is concerned in North Bengal, it has achieved a serious proportion in the recent times, and mostly it has been ascribed to the changing land use pattern and expansion of the human activities within the wild areas. But do you think that it could be looked at from a different angle, like enactment on and the pushing of the laws that has helped increase of the wild population?
Very much, sir. There has been tremendous success in our conservation programs, due to which the wildlife population has also increased. Now, with the number of wildlife has increased, there is no that much sufficient area of their habitat has not increased. Rather, we have fragmented them. Rather, we have degraded them by passing through the forest areas, by plantation and all. And that made them drive towards the proximity.
Yeah, that's right.
And there is the conflict. Actually, most of the conflict occurs at the fringes.
So it's both ways. The animals are increasing and human activity is also expanding. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sir.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next presentation. If Dr. Animesh Andrew Luam Rai is present. Okay. And the topic of Dr. Rai's presentation is Nature and Culture in Eastern Himalayas of Darjeeling and Sikkim, Connections, Dichotomy and Challenges. Okay, Dr. Rai.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, respected Chairman, sir, respected members of the organizing committee, and all.
Do you have a presentation, Dr. Rai? Do you have a presentation?
Yes, sir, I do have a presentation. I have shared my screen. Is it visible?
No, it's not visible. It's a black screen. I think. Oh, okay. Now we can see this. Could you please go to the landscape mode from portrait mode so that it is? It has no. Yeah. Fine.
Fine, sir.
Fine. Go on, please.
Thank you very much. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. The title of my presentation actually is a combined paper. It's a joint paper written along with my colleague. We basically come from a college under Kalyani University. The title of our presentation is Nature and Culture in Eastern Himalayas of Darjeeling and Sikkim, Connections, Dichotomy and Challenges. I had the basic outline of my presentation would be I will basically introduce Darjeeling and Sikkim in Himalayas, and here I will basically talk about the four important institutions, namely social, economic, political, and the legal institutions. Overview and talk about the objectives of this particular presentation, the interplay of nature and culture, and basically relate the presentation with climate and global warming and the economy and culture, and conclude my presentation. First and foremost, when you talk about Darjeeling and Sikkim, they basically are located in the northernmost part of West Bengal, and Darjeeling is located in the northernmost part of West Bengal, and Sikkim is a separate state, and it also falls in northeastern part. And both these areas, they share major boundaries with international countries, which include China, Bhutan, and Nepal. And they basically have a majority of the hill terrains, which basically elevate from the levels of 280 meters, and that is 920 feet, to 8,585 meters. And in this particular presentation, I basically talked about the Lepchas, Bhutias, and Nepalese, and how they are related, how this particular community relates their culture with the nature. The basic objectives are to understand how these communities of this region are related with physical environment, and what are the challenges that are coming in between the culture and nature, and the dichotomy and the challenges. And now I would like to talk about the theoretical implications of a presentation. I basically came from the discipline of sociology, and I basically try to link everything with sociology here. First and foremost, we talk about nature. Nature or physical environment consists of Earth's surface with all its physical features and natural resources, and the distribution of land with water, mountains, plains, minerals, plants, animals, and climate, and all cosmic forests, gravitational radiation that take on and affect the life of man. And on the other hand, man is a very creative being. He, with the help of his labor, acts upon the nature for its livelihood and ultimately changes it. And in the discourse of nature and culture dichotomy, it doesn't always express a resource with whose value or economic areas, but also emphasize on symbolic, aesthetic values like above identity. It talks about the norm, the folkways, and so on. Now, when we talk about the culture, the famous sociologist basically tries to explain it as a complex whole which includes knowledge, art, morals, customs, and other capabilities acquired by man as a member of a society. And all these acquisitions are basically based on the foundation of the nature. And we can also admit that culture is basically acquired behavior shared that is transmitted from member of one generation to another. Now, talking about my study area, I basically looked into the three major communities like the Lepchas, Bhutias, and Nepalese. And all these three communities, they found have a very strong connection with the nature. Most of their culture, customs, and socio-economic institutions were basically grounded on 100 years of interaction and adaptation and adjustment with the environment. And if we look into the historical aspect, we can bring Max Muller here, where Max Muller has admitted that people in ancient times could not understand the mysteries of nature, and they personified it and started to worship them. And when we talk about the communities of our study area, they basically are related with this kind of understanding that Max Muller has put forward to. They have basically all the three communities, like the Lepcha, the Bhutias, and Nepalese environment. They also do derive culture and identity from that. And when you talk about the landscape understanding of Urdu, a very famous sociologist, he talks about landscapes, embodies perspectives, experiences, and their practices. And when you talk about landscapes, they always appear as cultural landscape because it is culturally constructed. Now, among the communities in Darjeeling and Sikkim, one can find a socio-religious practice, sacred lands, mountain, forests. These are all dedicated by local communities to the ancestral spirits and nature. Now, when you talk about the aspect of religion from a sociological perspective, there are two main elements in religion. They are sacred and profane. Now, when you talk about the Eastern Himalayas of Darjeeling and Sikkim, we basically talk about the sacred part, the environment which we see in this area. They're often considered to be sacred, and they have some kind of customary taboos and also sanctions that have some kind of cultural and ecological implications. These social constructions from nature define the social facts according to Immanuel Durkheim, and social fact is basically the way of thinking, feeling, and acting of the members of the society. It is very coercive and external in character. That means, what I'm trying to say is social facts, kind of a religion or any kind of cultural artifact. It is outside us. It is not inside us, but it is so much challenging that it compels us to do things that which we may not be willing to do spontaneously. And this constructed cultures, values, and belief system, they determine the outlook of life outlook and the forms of culture of these communities. And all the citations also introduce a close relationship between community and nature, leading to formation of cultural system, according to Parsons. And due to a very strong relationship that is present between the environment and the culture of this community, they are sensitive to change in the environment. Now, I'm not be talking much about the material culture and non-material culture. I'll basically try to, use a kind of a structural connotations here. By material culture, I mean the culture which, the things, the artifacts which are visible to our eyes, and this we comprise of fashion, buildings, cars, industries, and so forth. And non-material cultures are basically the major aspects of culture which are invisible or which are not directly, visible to our human eyes, such as culture, norms, folkways, and so forth. Now, when you talk about structuralism, it always has a binary. Now, when you talk about nature, nature is something which is already there, which is pre-existent. And when we talk about culture, it is something which is opposite to nature, and on the dependence or because of the presence of nature, we are having the culture. So my basic point is, with modernization, one of the most important problems that the worldwide community is facing, including the study areas, is the problem posed by climate change and global warming. Now, when we talk about the global warming, there is an increase in temperature in the Earth's surface, and as a result, the climate changes. And when we talk about these reasons, like Darjeeling and Sikkim, they are also experiencing some kind of global warming and climate change. Once upon a time, I used to teach in an institute called Indian Institute of Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Legal Studies, the Siliguri. And there I asked the student to write a essay on climate change. And one very genuine thing was, she wrote me, eating an ice cream in winter or summer is not a choice. It is a taste. One can eat an ice cream during summers or also during winters. But what was happening for her? She was eating an ice cream in the winter time in the second week of January. It was melting in the hand, and this is basically an indication of climate change in a very, very rough, in a very, very layman term. Now, when you talk about the meteorological sources, the maximum temperature in Darjeeling and Gangtok has been rising with 0.2 centigrade indicate for minimum temperature has been falling by 0.3 centigrade per decade, and the annual rainfall has also been increasing. And this all physical, sources tries to prove that there is a tendency of climate change. Now, when you talk about the economy and culture of these communities, people of this study area, they are basically engaged in agriculture, tourism, and horticulture. More than 60% of the population are directly engaged in agriculture. And climate change will surely affect sectors like agriculture, tourism, and horticulture. And these are the major sectors which these people are very dependent upon. And over 20,000 of farmer cultivates large cardamoms and Sikkim Himalayas. And when we talk about Darjeeling, almost 70% of the land belongs to the tea gardens, and the tea cultivation, which is also known as salmon of teas across the globe, is being produced from that land. And now, with about 54% of global market for cardamom, India as largest producer in the world, cardamom as being a very great foreign exchange for Sikkim, it is also on a drawback. Almost more than 60% of Sikkim's large cardamom has been lost.
Dr. Rai, you have to conclude very fast.
What's that?
You have to conclude fast.
Okay, sir. So I was basically trying to see that the culture of the study areas indicates that community members are not separate from nature. The earth, the water, the fire, as well as the various orders of life, including plants and trees, forest animals, are bound to each other within life's possible. Environment acts as a beast of cultural formation, and culture represents the shared values, morals, known as the collective conscience of according to Durkheim. Now, when you talk about a natural environment is degraded by climate change and global warming, then it also affects the culture based on the nature, which these people has been worshipping since many centuries. The impact of climate change and global warming on the environment seriously affect the culture of these communities. And in the end, I would like to say that climate change also brings about the cultural change. So, thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Rai. If we have few questions, we can take one or two questions from the audience. If there is anybody. Okay, fine. Thank you, Dr. Rai. So we'll move on to the next lecture by Polomi Modok. And the title of her presentation is Literature and Eco-Apocalypse, Reading Barbara Kinslover, Flight Behavior as a Climate Fiction. Ms. Polomi Modok.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you have to go for full screen presentation.
Is it visible now, sir?
You have to go for a full screen presentation, please.
Okay, sir. Just a minute.
You can present it in a new window for full screen presentation.
So is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible, but not full screen.
Sir, I'm trying. Sir, what about now?
No, it's still not full screen anyway. We will do with that. Go on.
So just a moment. Just a moment. I guess there is some technical error. Okay? I'll go with this. Yes, a very good evening to all the respected professors and my fellow paper presenters. I am Poulami Modak, a junior research fellow in the Department of English, Coach Bihar Panchanan Burma University. Being a student of literature, my endeavor through this paper is nothing but to bridge the gap between these two diversified worldviews, which are diversified but certainly not contesting. The title of my paper, as sir has already mentioned, is Literature and Eco-Apocalypse, Reading Barbara Kingslover's Flighting Behavior as a Climate Fiction. Before jumping into the research questions, this is the brief outline of my discussion, into which first I'll look forward to the research questions, and then and the simultaneous reading will proceed likewise. Now, the following inquiries are my research questions, which have bothered me as well as inspired me during this course of time in order to take up this unusual and this unconventional topic. The first one is, of course, what is climate fiction and how does this new emerging genre enact as a site and as well as a trope for the study of the broader contesting discourses. By broader contesting discourses, I mean the environmental degradation, the ecological consciousness, the eco-criticism and whatnot. The second one, which is the rudimentary one, is that is literature effective in behavioral transition? Is literature effective in order to proclaim for a better future, for a brighter future? That my analysis will look forward to. Come to the next slide. Into this, I have tried to understand regarding the notion of climate fiction, which is quite popularly known as the shortened version of this phrase is CLIFE. That is the new emerging genre of literature, which incorporates the issues of climate change and the global warming specifically. Climate fictions mostly chronicle the continuous interactions between local and the global, then thereby emerging as a global kind of phenomena. Extending this article provides, at least tries to provide, that contouring the microgeographically bounded climate change is panoramically suggestive, directive of the macro context of Anthropocene. The next segment is about the plethora of experimentations and explorations in this arena. The recent works in this genre include The Ministry for the Future by Kim Stanley Robinson, A Children's Bible by Lydia Millett. Let us move to the next slide. Now, what is about the textual analysis? This novel, that is, of course, the postmodern novel published in 2012, this novel is a speculative fiction which is futuristic in tone. Fictional in construction, the novel with its beauty of prognostication speculates the reality of the horror of momentous climate change. Unlike the other speculative fictions which are modeled upon, which are constructed upon the dystopian visions, this particular novel, this particular case of my analysis, this is very much unlike to the previous novels, previous experimentations, because the space that the author has chosen, that is not unfamiliar to us, as if it takes place in the world as we know. Beginning with a consideration of the environmental context of Tennessee, Appalachia, and the rural South, Kingsolver's novel has an imaginative reach beyond its pages and local. The novel introspects the actuality of alarmism. Then what is alarmism? It is a kind of quite a modern phenomena, quite a modern terminology in the study of climate change and the migration of monarch butterflies. Due to the drastic transformation in the climate change, the natural habitat, the natural route, and the roosting site of these monarch butterflies in Mexico that we have been described in the entire novel, that has been changed. That has been drastically ravaged due to the change of climate, and the butterflies, they have migrated to a wrong location. So, certainly, this is a grave concern, not from the anthropological or scientific or the social thinkers, but from the perspective of literature as well. This alarming situation, and at the same time, is quite overwhelmingly spectacular. I would like to quote here from the novel itself. The authoress has elucidated that she only wondered how long she could watch the spectacle before turning away. It was a lake of fire, something far more fierce and wondrous than either of those elements alone, the impossible. Now, what is this butterfly phenomena? This concept of butterfly phenomena is mostly known as butterfly effect, which is a concept that was first introduced by the American meteorologist Edward Lorenz to underscore the prospect of the small causes that can have momentous effects. This is, of course, a metaphorical representation of the larger context of forecasting the future depending on initial conditions. In this study of this particular concept, the classical example has been the flapping of the wings of the flies that is suggestive of the emergence of the typhoon. In the context of the novel, the change of the distinctive route and thereby the natural habitat of the butterflies that imply the far more grimmer, the far more bleaker aspect of climate change. The novel, through the analysis of the novel, I have tried to listen to the rallying cry for sustainability that is lurking beneath lurking beneath the surface of concerning issues, the burning issues that the novel projects. Michelle Dean, in the journal Slate, has expressed, I would like to quote from Lloyd and Rapson, that there is very little one person can do to stop climate change. And this is the particular negative aspect, this is the particular negative psyche or this kind of conservative and conventional understanding that the novelist is challenging. She is challenging at the very onset of the novel. Why? Because inactivity will lead us to nowhere, but to the barren land, to the wasteland of a dystopic worldview, into which we will have nothing but a kind of apocalypse. On the other hand, the sustainable lifestyle, the implication of the sustainable lifestyle can emanate the possibility for a brighter and happier future. Now, the second research question that I'd like to discuss right now, that is literature effective in behavioral transition? Quite unhesitantly, the first half of the title imparts the relation between literature and the deadliest monster, that is, of course, the man-made monster, that is the environmental degradation, which the planet is facing till now, in the current circumstances. The paper therefore envisions the unavoidable influence of literature in struggling against this ecological apocalypse. While the environmental determinism is the broader aspect of a query in this entire seminar, in this webinar, that is classically and as well as traditionally denote the nature, the nation construction, the economic advancement, or the state building being modeled upon the physical environment, the influences of the physical environment. The subject of my research, the subject of my discussion examines the contradiction to this, the opposite to this, into which I find the uncensored human course of action, the uncensored human activities are largely responsible in order to contaminate the physical worlds. The novel enterprises the local issue as the space for identifying the global challenge of fighting the man-made monster of environmental degradation.
To conclude fast.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The next slide is my concluding slide. Extending this, what we find that the literary instances provide a kind of sensitive renditions to the readers, to the recipients, that in the course of time imparts a sense of empathy towards the surrounding nature, which is very important to be compassionate to others, to be compassionate to the other tangible and intangible objects. These are my findings. Though the novel is a speculative one, but it is much real. It is much more real than the reality. It sounds oxymoronic, it sounds kind of metaphoric, but that is the case. Why? Because the theme of the novel is quite realistic, and as well as the approach is quite practical. Inducing the concern for ecological consciousness, this literary exemplification is effectively functional in imparting an alarming call to the readers, which will consequently motivate the recipients to make a radical transformation in their activities, in their behavioral patterns. Literature thus emanates a sense of sensible approach towards the surrounding ecosystem of which we are an integral part. Further, it promulgates the ultimate criteria of our existence through the fundamental criteria of symbiosis, without which we cannot sustain. And at the same time, the vis-a-vis, the natural objects, they cannot sustain. The symbiosis is very important. The symbiotic approach is the need of the time. And these are the references that I have quoted in this particular slide in this presentation. With this, I'd like to conclude my discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Polomi. If there is any question from the audience, we can take one or two questions. If none, I will have one or two questions to Polomi, Ms. Polomi. Polomi, given that the English literature or the fictional aspect of the literature can incite or can create some imagination with respect to the perspective vis-a-vis environmental degradation or apocalypse that you have said, can it be tutored? The human lot can they be tutored, or can this be? There can be any there can be any way by which English literature can be used to protect the environment?
Yes, sir. Of course, I'm very hopeful about that. Not because I'm a student of literature, but because just because while we read literature, while we read novels, while we come across any kind of literary instances, most of the time we are much motivated, much influenced by the writings. And if we are not motivated, if we are not conscious regarding the compassion, regarding the empathy towards others, towards other beings, then certainly the next step that is doing something, that is acting upon something, is not possible. First, the consciousness is very important regarding any of the aspect, and literature does the same thing. It reflects the society as it is, and sometimes it envisions, it foresees what is there in the near future. So, if a particular person, be he or she a student of literature or student of commerce or arts or science, I'm sorry. He or she can come across and can be overwhelmed by the perspectives of that particular writing. Literature does that. It imparts, it influences, it induces a sense of sympathy, a sense of empathy towards other beings, and that will, at the long run, will help the recipient, the reader, the viewer, the onlooker to act upon something.
No, Miss Polomi, I understand that, but how are we going to use this tool to teach or to motivate the common lot?
Sir, this is by simply by encouraging the readers, encouraging the listeners, as well as encouraging the new generation to.
What will be the mechanism? What will be the mechanism?
So the mechanisms, the mechanisms can be the field orientation. The mechanism can be the methodology can be some reader oriented, and as well as the field oriented.
Okay, so, fine. I got that point. Thank you very much. Thank you, Polomi.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I call upon the next speaker, Nonitosh Devnath. Mr. Nonitosh Devnath, is he around? Nonitosh Devnath?
Sir, Nonitosh Devnath is not here. So
okay.
Please proceed, sir.
Okay, fine. We'll go to the last presentation, I guess. And this will be presented by, I think, Ishita Roy, maybe. Is Ishita Roy around? Ishita Roy, Riya Singh Chaudhary, and Jyotsna Das. Is anybody around from the authors?
Yes, Ishita is there, sir.
Okay. I call upon Ishita Roy to present the topic, comparison of algal diversity of different freshwater sources of Doers area. Ishita Roy, please present.
Shumon Shikdar, please, you are requested to stop presenting.
Ishita Roy, you quickly present. Okay, fine. Go full screen, please. Okay, fine. Remove the tag. I'm in the tab, the hide tab. Okay, fine. I can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Miss Roy, please unmute yourself. Yeah. I guess she can't do it.
Maybe she is having network problems.
Yeah, I think. She'll be back. She has left, that means she will be back. Ishita, are you there?
Ishita Roy, are you there? Please start your presentation.
No, you are not audible.
Excuse me, sir. One more participant is there, which was already left. I think means it was passed. Shumon Shikdar. He has just joined. Maybe he will be eager to present. Please, sir.
Just a minute. I will be waiting a few seconds. I think she's coming. She's coming back. Otherwise, we can go to Dr. Shikdar. Can you hear me, Ishita? Can you hear me? Okay, we'll move on to the previous presentation and we'll come back again for Ishita Roy later on. And I will now, at this particular point of time, I will request Dr. Shumon Shikdar to present, which we got past. The topic is an emerging body of research points to the fact that capital market react to environmental law news and thus generate incentives for pollution control in both developed and emerging market economies. Dr. Shumon Shikdar. Is Dr. Shikdar around?
Hello,
Dr.
sir.
Shumon Shikdar. Yes.
Hello, audible, sir?
Yes. Can you go for your presentation? Okay,
Yes,
fine.
sir,
Okay, fine. Can you go for a landscape presentation? Yeah, that will be nice.
sir,
This is a different topic.
sir, actually, I have rescinded my topic.
Yes.
Actually, conference and organizer are already known that my new title. Actually, I think.
But I don't have. I don't have this information. I need to consult with the coordinator. I would request the coordinator to verify it.
Yes, sir. Actually, they have already. See, he has already informed us, and within this short notice, we cannot communicate with you. We are very sorry for the inconvenience, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay, fine. So if it is official, then you can go forward, Dr. Suman Chikda.
Okay, sir. Sir, can I present, sir?
Yes, of course. Wait a minute. I have to just note it down.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, fine. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful to the Newborn University and the conference team and all the present dignitaries here. Of course, and respectfully, I'm going to start my presentation. Sorry for, and I'm apologizing that I was not there at my appropriate time, according to my network problem here. So, and also very thankful to you that you have given me the permission that for presenting this new topic. Actually, I have changed. I have also sent it. You have also sent me the revised schedule. So thank you very much. Okay, now I'm going to start my presentation. My topic is negative externalities and the existence of trade-off in marginal social cost, a case study in Siliguri subdivision. I think it is definitely the relevant, and I think that it is based in my knowledge that the National Pollution Control Board has given the data sets of the quality of the air according to the different existence of the particles, the very microparticles, and the different type of the gas, harmful gases in the air. And there are around the 276 monitoring stations around our country. But unfortunately, in our West Bengal, there are only 6 monitoring centers, and according to that, only 1 center is having the North Bengal. They're in the Siliguri. So, according to the information from this monitoring stations, I have got this scope to make this paper actually. So I have given this title. According to this title and the topic, I have got my interest in this topic from the study of the Coase theorem actually. Ronald Coase got the Nobel Prize in 1991. His outstanding work on the nature of farm and the environmental economy. According to that theoretical framework, the market inefficiency resulting from the externalities. Different negative externalities also have different positive externalities also existing in our society. So it also states that the transaction costs are low. 2 parties, that means the producer and those who are bearing the damaging cost actually. We are never measuring this social cost actually in the real world sometimes. But some agencies are providing the different information about the social damaging cost, and also from the farms, social abatement also in the developed country. But as we are in the developing country, we do not have that much of scope like this developed countries.
So in this case, when the negative externalities come through this environmental impact, that means sometimes it's man-made and sometimes by the natural. There is a economic interference, economic subjective interferences come. There is a Pigouvian tax, and the economists argue that the cost of the negative externalities, such as environmental pollution, are borne by the society rather than the producer. The purpose of the Pigouvian tax is redistribute the cost back to the producer or user of the negative externalities. Negative externalities. Here, I have shown the different air quality index nature. That means, according to the data set, if you see the data set of the air quality index, so in that air quality index has a certain domain where we can say now it is a good position. Now you can say the satisfactory position, moderate polluted, poor, very poor, and severe poor. Here also given the PM10, PM2.5. It's very small. It's a small particle, which particle's radius is only the 10 micromillimeter, and also the PM2.5, nitrogen dioxide, oxygen, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, etc. So the existence of these harmful particles, microparticles, and the dangerous or the human harming or the social harming gas participations in the air, if it crosses this domain, then that kind of natural effectivities comes into the environment. That is sometimes good, sometimes satisfactory, moderate polluted, poor, very poor, and severe. This is the domain and the significant level, you can say. So the next slide also gives us the idea, if the 0 to 50 is a minimal impact, 51 to 100, there's a minor breathing discomfort on the sensitive people. Moderate, 101 to 200, breathing discomfort to the people with lung, heart diseases, children, and old adults. Poor situation, when the participation of the above slides gas and the particles, if its existence is over the 201 to 300, that means existence of this index value actually. An index value has measured the everyday, if you assume the everyday existence of the air quality index, that means higher value and within the 24 hour, higher value and the lower value, a total divided by 2, that means average value. If that the average value of the each of the every particle, microparticle, and the gases existence into the air between this domain, that means 201 to 300, that means breathing discomfort to the people on prolonged exposure. Very poor if it is between 301 and 400. And if it is more than 400, then it will be the severe situation, respiratory effect, then on the healthy people also, like all the youth generation on whom the civilization or our next generation will be next, our development will be depend. The next, now according to the different data sets which is given by the National Pollution Control Board, according to the Siliguri subdivision, these data sets we have got, and I plotted into this diagram. Basically the 17 and more than 17 gaseous form data sets are given. But existing, or you can say the significant role, there have only accounted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 only. But out of that, you can see in this diagram, that is PM10 and PM2.5 is a highly dangerous existence. That data sets I have taken from the 1st January 2019 to 1st January 2000, 1st January 2020 to 1st January 2021. I have taken this data set, 367 data sets, everyday data sets I have taken.
Dr. Sikdar, you have to hurry. it's already time.
Oh, okay, sir. Sorry. And the next, I have taken the another, because here you can see the above 50. Above 50 only the PM 2.5 and PM 10, and also the nitrogen dioxide also are existing into the air. Nitrogen dioxide in this figure you can see. So that means that here, that means the 50 above, that's the minor breathing discomfort to the sensitive people, and also the breathing discontinuous. And also you can see in this diagram, if you see very carefully, you can see the PM 2.5 and PM 10 is more than above 300. Here in the red diagram, the PM 10 is over the 300. So now we are very much concerned about in our subdivision Siliguri that how to control this emission problem participating by the PM 10 and PM 2.5. Basically, PM 10 and PM 2.5, it is the meaning I have given here in the slide, and the sources has come to construct the construction site, landfill and agriculture, wildfire and brush waste burning, industrial sources, wind blown, dust from the open land, and the fragmented the vacuum. So these are the sources of the PM 10 and PM 2.5 sources, which is derived from the different emission sources and also have different chemical composition, emission from the combustion and the goldstone, gasoline, oil, diesel fuel or would produce much in the PM 2.5 pollution found in outdoor air also. So, and also another one, that's the nitrogen dioxide. That's the nitrogen dioxide. It's resulting the human activities. It is human activities is the combustion of fossil fuel, especially fuel used in the car. It is also produced from the making nitric acid, welding and using explosives, refining petrol and metals, commercial manufacturing, food manufacturing. So here, now it becomes necessary to measure how much emissions is coming from these different sources. Because according to the theoretical framework, we have designed how to collect the information of the damaging cost and the social abatement cost by the farm and also by the producer or even the citizens also. Because we have already said the different sources that comes from the outdoor and indoor process also. So here we have only according to the restrictive measure that means
Dr. Shikdar, I hate to say that you have to now go to the concluding slide.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay.
We are double the time. 12 minutes have passed.
Okay, sorry, sir. So I am now coming to the conclusion. Actually, conclusion I have given the conclusions here. We have to moderate. We have to design. And finally all the information gives us the three components in the air as the two microparticles and one nitrogen dioxide is very harmful for our subdivision in Siliguri. We have to measure through a different procedure, which is government measure, and another is a private measure. Government measure, that is the different process we have in our hand. Different process have in our hand according to the motor vehicle department of the West Bengal, where we have the different measures and the equipment we can measure, and we can also measure the amount of the damaging cost and amount of the social cost if you go to the health department of the West Bengal, that how much people have respiratory problems that comes from the information from the certain areas actually. So, and also we have to measure the trade-off, how much social abatement cost and the damaging costs are the difference. We have to find out that thing also, and also we have to find out the different bargaining situation. We have to create the different bargaining situation in a market from the producer side and from the social side, because it is an asymmetric scenario is going on into the into the market because people doesn't have the proper information about what is the main harmful thing. So for the becoming to maintain the efficiency of the information into the market, we have to provide into the market the different technological perspectives where through the science and technology, where the economic process or economic points of view, or we need the essential modeling for measuring such kind of the trade-off thing. So it is the paper is a continuation. Now I have just started this paper to modifying further when the new scopes will come out in our next time, the information we are collecting here, then definitely it will be our future prospect to make the market efficient into the society, that the people will aware about the information and take place how to remove and how to control over it from the market side and from the government side also. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shikdar. Yes, I understand that, but if this platform is very small platform to present this kind of data within a very short span of time, and although the data were very interesting, I have only a very quick question with regard to the air pollution data that you have presented in Siliguri during the Corona COVID period, that is the lockdown period. Do you mean to say that at that point of time, particulate matter 10 and 25, 2.5 were so much high in Siliguri?
No, sir. You have asked me the interesting question, but actually, sir, according to the economic point of view, we are not concentrating in this domain of the COVID-19. Why? Because COVID-19 is a natural impact, or you can say the man-made impact. But the emission of the gases and the existence of the P2.5 and P10, it depends on the growth and the factory's nature and others' nature. If that kind of natural hazard, if that kind of natural hazard do not come, then definitely we have to go through the efficient management of the economics modeling and of course the scientific or the science and technologies participation.
Okay, I understand. Because you were saying that even during this lower activity of the society and the industry, it was that situation in Siliguri.
Yes, definitely, sir. And if you see the previous data set, I can show you. If you see the previous data set before the October the 2019, you can see also the P2.5 and P10 and also the nitrogen oxide existence into the market, into the society, in the Siliguri subdivision. It also reduced. At that time, there was no COVID were there, and there's the new questions are emerging in between this time. Now this time it's a dry weather. The existence of the P2.5 and the P10, its effectivity is very high. It is not. Maybe it is a COVID situation. If not, COVID is coming. If the results of the COVID is very low, still you see the existence of the P2.5 and P10. Definitely, it will be the high.
Okay, I understand this. Okay.
Because of the dry weather in this case.
Okay. Is there any other question from the audience? If not, we'll thank Dr. Shikdar for a nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. And now may I call Ishita for her presentation.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible. Can you go for the presentation? The presentation is entitled Comparison of Algal Diversity of Different Freshwater Sources of Diverse Area.
Yes,
it's
sir.
Up to Ms. Roy.
Someone is still sharing their slides.
I would request to unshare somebody. Okay, fine.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Go for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Could you please go to our landscape mode?
Yes, sir. I'm doing it. 1 second, sir. I hope the slides are visible to everyone.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. To thank or a huge gratitude to all the admirable person present here today. I am Ishita Roy, SSCT Department of Botany, Alipurduar College. Today I am presenting a paper on comparison of algal diversity of different freshwater sources of Duars area under the guidance of Professor Jyotsna Dash ma'am, Department of Botany, Alipurduar College. Are my slides moving, sir?
Yes, fine.
Okay. Phytoplanktons are a group of predominantly aquatic photosynthetic organisms. They are ubiquitous in nature. They are purifiers of the environment in one hand and polluting organisms on the other. They are the key part of ocean, seas, freshwater ecosystem. The fertile water bodies have high range of planktons and it changes the aquatic environment in relation to nutrient components. Now the objective of our study is that freshwater algae show an ability to tolerate wide range of environmental conditions to grow naturally in mixed community, including many species and genera. Our study sheds some light on algal diversity of different freshwater sources of Duars area under Alipurduar district. Here are some major categories which fall under phytoplanktons, which are blue-green algae or cyanophyceae, green algae or chlorophyceae, diatoms, dinoflagellates, and cryptomonads. Well, this is our study area. The study was conducted in 4 water bodies in Duars area. One of them are pond, one is river, one is wetland, and one holding seasonal rainwater. The latitude and longitude are shown here. Alipurduar College Para Pond has a depth of approx 3 meter. Quaggrass, several angiosperms are present on the banks. It is mentioned as the surrounding vegetation of water body is also a good indicator to study the algal diversity. The pond is mostly covered by water hyacinth, duckweeds, water lettuce, etc. Site 4 in Shatali Kalchini was a seasonal rainwater source which created a small pond-like appearance, has the depth of approx 2.5 meter. Bank was sloppy. Hydrophytes cover almost 20% surface. Abundance of phytoplankton made it sloppy. Now the material and method part. All samples were collected using 25 micrometer mesh size plankton net in 2 containers. One was preserved with 4% formalin. The span of towing was at least 1 meter and towing was done for 10 times at each site. Collection was done from July to September 2019 at early morning and evening when the probability of the presence of specimen is higher at the water surface. Samples collected from the ponds were brought into the laboratory. Water-containing specimens were observed under microscope with 10x, 40x, and 100x magnification, respectively. Identification was done by several books and by experts under the phycological branches. Now the observation and result field. It was observed that total 32 algal genera, including cyanobacteria, were present in 4 samples. The dominant class was Bacillariophyceae and Chlorophyceae, followed by Zygnomatophyceae and Cyanophyceae. A single genus was found from the class Fragilariophyceae. Water quality parameters that include temperature, pH, TDS values were measured in situ. The parameters in 4 spots variative has been shown in table 1. TDS values recorded were comparatively heterogeneous in nature. Here we can see the rainwater having the highest TDS value, whereas the river water was marked as the lowest. While phytoplanktons rely on photosynthesis to produce sugar for energy, they still need other nutrients to grow and reproduce. These nutrients are typically phosphorus, nitrogen, iron. Some species also require silicon, calcium, and other trace elements. Here the TDS value indicates that the more nutrient that present in water, the more phytoplanktons will grow. Although there are several other parameters of water which are yet to be tested. Here in this chart, we can see no chlorophycean members were found in river water. but bacillariophyceae were found comparatively ubiquitous as they are present constantly in all type of water bodies. Here again, river water lack the members of Zygomatophyceae and Cyanophyceae. Abundance of phytoplankton was most in rainwater. In general, we can sum up the dominance index. The richness of species is equal in 3 spots and maximum and equal for Bacillariophyceae and Chlorophyceae, indicating the tolerance levels with different water parameters, although no species evenness was found in any spot. From this pie chart, we can clearly understand that water parameters are important for various algal diversity. Reference 6 asserts that algal community give more knowledge on variation in water quality. Cyanobacteria has been accepted as a major indicator of eutrophication in many studies. Here are some algal specimens we observed under microscope during our study. So, in conclusion part, we can conclude that although our work is at preliminary level, but we can say that nutrient-rich water bodies had shown greater diversity. Nutrient-rich water bodies generally have more BOD for the aquatic organisms, which is prone to eutrophication. Further work can be done to measure the level of water pollution, and we can take control over undesirable algae, which affect the aquatic life as well as the entire ecosystem. Last but not the least, I am very grateful to Professor Jyotsna Das ma'am for her continuous support and guidance. Also thankful to Alipurduar College Authority of Science Laboratory Botany Department for all kind of instrumental helps. A special thanks to my co-worker Riyashin Chaudhuri, and thank you all to pay your valuable interest in my presentation. These are my references, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roy. A nice presentation. Sir. If there are
thank
few
you,
questions, yes, we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Very important piece of work. For the first time, you are knowing the situation in the area of Alipurduar or the Duars region. If there isn't any, I may ask 1 or 2 questions to Ishita. Okay. So, by going by the algal diversity, you can, and the limnological parameters of the rivers and ponds, you can gauge the range of the change in the water quality, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, what is your conclusion? Are the ponds more polluted or the rivers?
No, sir. Actually, we can say in pond there is stagnant water, but in river the water flows continuously, and we know phytoplanktons float with the stream, and they also cause the level of pH and other water parameters maybe, because our study is at the preliminary level, as I told earlier. So we can assume that water parameters can play a role in different algal diversity, and we can found that both types of algae are there in pond. Some are good and some are bad, because if there is more algae, especially cyanobacteria, they can cause to eutrophication, which will increase the turbidity of the water, and which is not good for human health or drinking purpose or for the aquatic animals.
So, what do you think? The situation is good or it is bad there?
No, sir, it is bad. It is going to a bad condition, and humans are also involved in this, I must say.
So, have you identified any point source of pollution?
No, sir. All the waters were actually almost turbidity free, but yeah, we are working on it. Okay. We are interested in this field and we are working on it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Ishita Roy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I will now, she was the last person, I think. Ms. Chakraborty, she was the last person in the list.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, that is it. We are concluding this session and I'm handing over to Ms. Rinku Chakraborty.
Thank you very much, Professor Somen Bhattacharjee, sir, for spending your valuable time to make our web-based seminar of Alipurduar University a great success. Now we are moving towards our valedictory session. Now may I request Dr. Ranjit Kumar Ghosh, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Alipurduar University, and Secretary of Organizing Committee to deliver vote of thanks. Dr. Ranjit Kumar Subboh, sir, please.
Good evening, everybody. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, feel immense pleasure and proud to declare that our 2 days web-based national seminar on environmental determinism, diverse pollutions, sources, and controlling management through sciences and humanities is going to be end with a grand success. We all know that there is a strong relationship between human and nature. Mother Nature has gifted us air, water, earth, fire, and space for our existence and also make our life comfortable. But because of human selfishness and negligence, over-exploitation of natural resources, pollution has occurred in all these blessings given by the Mother Nature. So we should be very careful in all our economic and developmental activities that we can protect the environment and also to maintain sustainable development. This basic theme was given importance while choosing our conference topic. Our main objective was to give a valuable lesson to the society that future generations that we all should work to protect the environment gifted by the Mother Nature. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Amon Roy, for his valuable advice, constant support, and inspiration from the very beginning day. Without his wholehearted efforts and supports, the National Conference would not reach to this height that we witnessed today. I would like to Professor Subresh Bhattacharya, Honorable Vice Chancellor, North Bengal University. He was our chief guest. Professor Onil Bhuimali, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Raiganj University. Professor Dev Kumar Mukhopadhyay, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kuchbihar Panchanan Burma University. Professor Shanti Chetri, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Gaurbanga University. Professor Manos Chakraborty, Emeritus Professor, Department of Political Science, North Bengal University. Professor G.N. Roy, retired professor, Department of English, North Bengal University. Professor Debabrata Mitra, Department of Commerce, North Bengal University, for sparing their most valuable time to join our national conference as guests of honor. Their most valuable speeches on the topic have enriched all the people related to the conference. And I think their speeches has given or already expressed different directions through which we can move environmental management in future. Again, I'd like to thank the resource persons and session chairpersons for their valuable speeches at different sessions and cooperations to make our national conference a grand success. I would like to thank all the participants for sharing their views with all, for reaching the national conference to a greater height. Lastly, I feel pleasure to thank all the members of the conference committee, all the respected teachers, non-teaching staff of the university for their wholehearted cooperation and constant efforts to make the conference success. I am giving very, very special thanks to our conference technical support team members for their constant efforts throughout the entire process to make the conference success on online mode. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, everybody, for your kind patience here. Thank you.
কলেজে স্যার মোটামুটি সেমিনারগুলো কন্ডাকশন করার ব্যাপারে এই জসমাতি, উমেশ রায়, রাজীব ভৌমিক, রঞ্জিতাও আছে, মানে এরা একটু চলেন।